Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Welcome into City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign using Fate Condensed, which is the newest Fate rule set based off of Fate Core. You can get it for free if you like over at Pay What You Want over at itch.io, and I think also Drive-Thru, and it's like 60 pages of all of Fate Core condensed down, made by the designers with all of the knowledge that they have gained over the years, taken a little bit from Fate of Cthulhu, which is Dot's favorite Cthulhu version, and it's really good. It's got great explanations. It's of course completely compatible with Fate Core, but you can get it for free, and it's also like in an open license, so if you want to make your own games using it, you can do. Woo! Right? But that's what we're using for rule set, slightly modified to make it a little bit grittier and do some stuff in there. And this is episode 11. This is our first episode after the last solo episode, which we had last week, and my fellow players do not know what happened to Dot's character, but I do, but they don't, and I am going to torture them with their lack of knowledge for as long as possible. We will see how that goes. We're just gonna see how it goes, because I am the GM who likes to, mess with my players in a friendly way. That's all. That's what I like to do. So let's see. I want to thank you all for being here, whether or not you're watching the show live or whether or not you are watching on YouTube. Thank you for being here. You being here means a lot to us, and that is the number one way you can support the show and our players is by being here and watching. The next thing you could do if you would like is you could tell your friends that we are a show that they should watch, because the more you tell your friends, maybe they'll come and watch it, and then that will be great for us. Then we have more people to play for. You can also, if you like, support us by joining our Discord, and you can then chat in our forums. You can, if you like, join our Patreon, and that Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, goes to help pay this cast, because cast should get paid for all the emotional distress I put upon them so they can feed their cats. I feel like that's it's a payoff. And also just pay labor, and also, you can give tips and bits here if you like, and when you do, I will read off those tips and bits messages at our intermission and at the end. So those are all things you can do. And there's something else you can do. You can retweet, you can tips and bits, you can channel points. So we have extra credits, which are our channel points, and we have the opportunity to give our players 2 fate points, up to 2. Now, they had, if I remember correctly, at the beginning of...
6. They had 6.
7, right?
I thought it was 6. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think it might 6 or 7. There was like 6 or 7 fate points, group fate points, and then Regina had 2 and then got another one for a concession. For a fate, because I gave her a fate point. She took it. So that's like a total of it's like 9 or 10 fate points that were on the table last session. And right now there's a group set of fate points of 3, and Dot had 0 fate points, but everybody gets their refresh of fate points. So a lot of fate points went away last session. It's fine. I wouldn't worry about it. But the 3 that they had, they're getting 2 new ones, thanks to, let me bring it up, thanks to Hescape and Gondlar. So you can all see it actually happening. Thank you for the support, because when you give them fate points, then I can ask them if they would like more. And then they can tell me yes or no. And sometimes they say yes. And I appreciate either one, actually. They can do whatever they want. I'm not the boss of them. I'm just here hanging out with them. That's it. That's what I do. And thank you, by the way, a draftier, for those bits. I'm going to read that out again when we get to the end. So let me think. I think that is everything except for our introductions. What I would like to do is have... I'm sorry. I've thought of my question. That's all. So you know how I like to ask a question, because I think it's important to it's kind of like a way to get to know each of the characters, and that's kind of fun. So I'd like each of our players to introduce who they are, who they're playing, who you're playing, and then answer this question for your character for no reason. And I wouldn't read anything into the question, but if, for example, one of your fellow teammates ended up not showing up at a predetermined meeting time and place, how long would it be before you got worried about them? That's my question for your character. But for no particular reason. Just and then what would you do? That would be, but for no particular reason. But let's start with Lindy.
Hi, that's me. I'm Lindy, Love Lindy, and I'll be playing Freda Engel. She is a German opera singer, little famous, terrible husband, a lot of stress. And when would she start to worry? Well, I think it would depend on like what the person said they were going to be doing last. If they were like, hey, I'm gonna just go pick up some French bread, versus I'm gonna go blow up a bridge. I might be a little more concerned if they don't come back from the bridge sooner than if they don't come back from, running errands. So if it seemed pretty like chill the last time, like, oh, I'm just gonna go have a talk with, I don't know, maybe Luke something and get some things done.
You wouldn't be worried.
Like a day. A day. Like overnight, and then getting around to the point where he lost like that point of the day, like, oh, this is around the last time I saw them yesterday. I'm a little concerned. So it'd be like a full day if it was something casual like that.
Cool. I'm gonna have Dot go last because I want to ask her a pre-question. KP, who are you? Who are you playing? And then tell me, how long would it be before you were worried if one of your fellow agents did not make a pre-assigned meeting time?
Oh, that is a loaded question. Oh, that's loaded. Hello, everyone. I'm KP, also known as KP11 Studios, and I play Dr. Preetham Singh. And as far as...
I'm just asking for no reason.
Yeah, clearly, just oh boy. And I think I'm gonna jump off of Lindy's answer in that not only just what they were doing, but which one of us is the one doing it. I feel
also valid. I'd be more worried Preetham didn't.
Exactly.
The other two.
Exactly. Like, I just feel like the other two are kind of a bit more capable, and even Frida, I wouldn't be as worried because I've seen her in action. I've seen her capabilities. I mean, once again, if she was the one more doing something that might require combat, then I'd be like, okay, maybe not. But if it was just like espionage or like going into something and then like I don't know, fooling someone, he wouldn't be worried too much, and he'd be like, okay, let's wait a day, overnight, a day and a half, I think. And then I'd start worrying a little bit, ask around. Preetham, within an hour. Within an hour, I'd be like, what the fuck happened to him? Where'd it go? Who was the last person who saw him?
Oh, Greg.
Yes.
Tell me, who are you?
1,000 times, yes.
Oh, who are you? Who are you playing? And how long would it be before your character gets worried when somebody from the team does not show up to a designated meeting?
Sure. Hi, I'm Greg, Grimjack21502. I play Oscar Mueller, who is a reformed Nazi agent, which bleeds right into the answer to this question. I was sitting here thinking, and by no means is Oscar like a 00 from Ian Fleming novels, but I think that would be because he wasn't trained by the British, he was trained by the Germans.
That's right.
And so I was trying to think, and it was more embedded, deep cover type of stuff. So I think for Oscar, it would be more like as soon as he thought, and I'm trying to, I know the 00s had a specific time frame, and I can't remember what it was. I want to say 12 hours. Something makes me want to say 12 hours, but I don't think that's exactly right. But anyhow, it would be that time, that range of time when you don't have contact from someone you're supposed to have contact with, that you cut and run. That's it. It's the end of the mission. The mission has been compromised. You are out, you are gone, you are in the wind. And that would be my RP conundrum. If Oscar were to be faced with that, what he would do. So
I love this. Dot. Hey, Dot.
Sorry, there's no Dot here tonight.
Only Zool. Dot, You were here from the first episode. Do you remember two things? One, I don't even remember this, but I remember maybe it was during the pitch when I was like, what I really want to do is have solo episodes. It was one of the things I've been wanting to do since the 1980s when I first wanted to run this game. I wanted to have solo episodes where the other players would not watch the other solo episodes. And yay for streaming, now we can do it. Because one of the things that was like such a stress, right, about being in the Resistance back then is that you'd have to meet up with your fellow contacts, and you just reading the accounts of the Resistance members, if they would go to meet up and that person wouldn't show up, they just had no idea if that person had been compromised, had been captured, was dead, if this was now a trap, like that real sort of like constant stress about whether or not the person they were supposed to meet was it was okay that they were there or not. And I was like, wouldn't it be so great, if we are running a show and we could do something like that? Do you remember when I said that?
Nope, I do not.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember that at all.
Okay, follow-up question then. Do you remember, it was in season 1, as a matter of fact, I think it was, when one of the players didn't show up for a bit, and y'all weren't worried about it for a while. It was Sylvie, and she was captured by the Gestapo and being tortured, and you all didn't even know about it until one of the women that she knew, who was like a cleaning lady, showed up at the club and was like, "Hey, Sylvie's in the Gestapo headquarters. I was cleaning up and I saw her there." And you're all like, "What? Do you remember that?"
No.
Oh. So anyway, if you don't remember, let me just ask, who are you? Who are you playing? And how long would your character be worried if somebody in your team didn't show up for a meeting?
I'm Dot. I play Regina, our German-born SOE agent. Okay, well, things are a little different than they once were, Trooper. And, Sylvie's one of those cases where,
she sometimes
Sylvie
doesn't show
comes
up.
and goes as
Yeah,
Sylvie
sure.
pleases.
Sure.
So it seemed reasonable at the time. Now, I would say that our team checks in every 24 hours with at least one other person.
Probably at the
So if you
shop,
haven't
right?
heard-
At the flower shop.
At the shop, or, we have
Yep.
all legitimacy to be in
Yep.
our own apartment, but, like, somebody has to see somebody else at least once a day in some way. Yeah. So
Yeah.
24 hours, I would say.
Yeah, that's true. Because it makes sense, right? You have your flower shop as a nice sort of center. You just stop by, or this, somebody has to see somebody. Everybody has to see somebody every 24 hours. So when last we left off, and I'm your GM, troopersjp, and I'm just here to cause trouble.
Fuck shit up.
We just lost Regina. Oh. So when last we left off, it was Saturday night, and I ain't got nobody. Anyway, it was Saturday night, December the 27th, 1941. And all of our heroes had sort of broken off in different ways and had different thoughts. We had the prince, our doctor, Singh, had gone off to the university and got to meet this young college student named Scarlett. I understand that right now that KP is looking very skeptical at the claim that this woman is a college student, but that's what she said. And she called herself a college student. And this Scarlett is, after all, it turns out, young Luke's girlfriend that he's been dating for months now, for a while. And he got to meet her, but he ended up going off to have dinner in the Mensa, in the dining hall, with Lakshmi Roy, this law student that he is friends with. And Frida found out some news. I will not give it an adjective. Just some news. News that says... what was that news, Lindy?
News? I guess someone was in town.
And also?
Oh, well, that was news that she gave.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's kind of pregnant.
And the baby daddy is?
Oscar.
And Oscar was in there with her, and he was very supportive. Then they found out about the ex being in town. Y'all could not meet him that night. But it was that, and Regina had left to go and talk to the Duke, the cleaner, and maybe sort of find Luke. And maybe she did, maybe she didn't. We don't know. But as often when she's out and about, she was probably going to go and stay at the bunker that night. So you probably would not see her until the next morning at the church, because you were all going to go and meet up at the church to go and mourn the loss of the mother-in-law, i.e., in that private chapel, have a good excuse to meet up and do your shenanigans. And you have a specific time you all need to meet up there. And let's bring ourselves there. Sunday, December the 28th at, I suppose, are you doing like a 10 or 11 o'clock service? What time is this service?
I would assume that they're still celebrating. It would still be the Christmas season, so they'd still probably have hourly mass.
Yeah.
So back then,
yes,
I definitely would.
Absolutely. This is pre-Vatican II. There's masses all the time.
Right.
So,
yes.
I mean, and then also they can last for a very long time if you like.
Yes.
It's all still in Latin. So what time were you all to meet at this church? 10?
a.m.?
Yeah.
Sounds nice. Not too early,
No.
but before like lunch.
Yeah. I need to ask a couple of questions before we actually get to the church on time. I assume that Oscar and Frida are taking a car from the hotel. And the prince, I imagine, is going from his apartment. How are you?
What time did we say again it was?
10 a.m.
10 a.m. I would, and this is what day?
It is a Sunday.
Sunday. Okay. Yeah. So then there wouldn't be I guess a clinic, or at least not the general practice. I would say so. Oh yeah. So he'd just come straight from the apartment.
How are you traveling, our dearest prince? How are you traveling? No, wait. You're going to be a bit more stressful. Let's just start with.
Wait, what?
Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Let's just start with Oscar and Frida.
No, you can't just jump.
Oh yeah. No, I can. Because I want to give you just a little bit more time. I just want to stress them out like a little bit before I come and visit you. How are Oscar and Frida going to get to the church?
Car.
Yeah.
Clements Brown, my driver.
Brown.
Schmidt, my soldier in waiting.
Oh yeah.
Clemens and Schmidt.
Yeah. Clemens is not there today.
What? How dare he have a day off?
Oh.
Or a day doing other things? That's rude.
When you arrive, Schmidt is there, and there's another sort of fellow, another sort of driver there for you, who is, and I don't think I've actually shown you all what Clements looks like, because
you did. He's a handsome chap.
Yes, we do. There we go. Here we have our good Clements Brown.
He's handsome though, so we should show him again, because just
in case, because you should probably see what he looks like, our Clements. But Clements is not present. As it turns out, as your driver, he is not there at the moment. But you've got.
He's supposed to be there?
Sure, he's almost always there for you. But he's not there. But there's another driver in his place that day. Sort of a fellow, he's sort of short, sort of swarthy, sort of like dark hair, dark eyes. Like a little bit of a slight sort of cut on his cheek, but not like a cool cut where he was like a really rich person who went to a fencing club, but he probably was in a knife fight or something. Kind of like a rough sort of fellow. And he is your driver for the day. And he goes, Herr Leixner, Frau Engel, and he sort of opens the door for you.
Where's Clemens?
Oh, Sergeant Brown is on a special assignment. He volunteered.
So I'll drive myself.
No. I can drive you.
Schmidt, and he indicates for Schmidt to get on the
on the sideboard, the running board.
Yeah.
And the driver is standing there with the door open as I imagine you just get in.
But Freda will use that opportunity as he's just standing there, like, danke, and just go in and sit down.
And yeah, he'll close the door. He'll take it right out of the driver's hand and close the door, and then get around to the driver's side and drive away.
You have Schmidt and you have one other soldier there with you. There on the running boards. As the driver, this guy is just standing there in the snow as you drive off with your soldiers on the running boards. They cannot hear what you're saying inside the car. And this driver guy, he's just he's like a corporal, is just standing there as you drive off into the snow. Through the streets of Paris. And as you're driving through, the streets are shockingly empty of cars, of course, because most French people are not authorized to have them. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to have fuel. I mean, you see a couple of cars driving that have been converted to run off of wood or coal, because gas is not going to happen for most civilians. But instead of the packed traffic of Paris, it's very lightly packed.
Wait, there were cars that ran on coal?
They had to convert them because there just wasn't any gas, because France does not have natural gas fields, nor really does Germany, and there were huge embargoes going on, so it was actually very difficult to get gas, and all the gas that was around was mostly commandeered by the Germans for military usage. And if you were very, very rich, super rich, you could still get some. But for the most part, if you were the only people who had, you had to be very, very rich or in the military or a big, huge, important collaborator in the government. There was, at this point in time, there is work on an electric car coming out of, I think, Peugeot, I think. And they are meaning these cars to be for doctors, male people, that kind of people who need to actually travel. But it's a bit of a tricky thing because German occupying force may not really want people to have that much mobility. So there's some discussions about it. But at this point in time, leather's also rationed, which means if you don't have leather shoes already, you might be wearing wooden-soled shoes. It's not great for a lot of people at this moment. But I wouldn't worry about it for you all, because you all are important friends of the current occupying government, so it's not so bad for you. Yeah. As you are driving through the streets, these sort of empty streets with people here and there, I mean, you see trucks coming back here and there, sort of around the signs of occupation. And as you're driving to the church, let's slide over to our prince. How exactly do you get to the church?
Oh, I always forget if I actually have my personal. I don't have a personal driver, right? No. Okay. So the only way he can do it is taxi service of some sort.
Yeah, that's not going to work out. You can walk. You can take public transportation because the trolleys are running. If you had a bicycle, you could bicycle.
Come on, it's snowing. It's
people like in the snow.
People are crazy. All right.
It's not a good. I mean, yeah. I mean,
I would say he probably takes public transportation. Unless Oscar, being the brilliant, smart man that he is, sends, knowing that Pritam is.
We'll swing by and get you. How's that?
There you go.
I'm driving.
There you go. There you see.
All right. Where do you wait?
In my apartment lobby, in front of the door. Probably. Well, I wouldn't probably wait out in the snow. So, I mean, is there a kind of like a a lobby area
Yeah.
for the apartments. I'm assuming it's one of those ones that are in like kind of the buildings up top, like mid. Yes.
Yeah,
so
so like the
yes.
bottom floor has got sort of shops and a lobby, and then you've got the multiple floors. Yeah. So you are
Yeah,
waiting in
yeah.
the lobby, yeah?
Yes.
Are you just like looking out into the snow-covered
I swear
streets?
to God, if I get stabbed in the back right now. Yes, I am.
What are you
I
thinking
am.
about?
I'm probably thinking about my time yesterday with Luxury.
Oh, that sounds so nice. I would never want to ruin that.
Of course, yeah. Who would want to ruin that?
I wouldn't at all,
Yeah.
because that would be terrible. So, like you're
Yeah.
feeling really good, feeling really comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's awesome.
Not even probably thinking much about I mean, like it's in the back of his mind,
Mm-hmm.
but to him, that's it was more of just hey, yesterday was really, really nice.
You know what I think I'm going to do for you?
Give me more fate points.
No, I think I'm going to just play some music, because I feel like some nice, pleasant music would be good. No.
Fuck.
How about this one? Maybe a
Okay.
little bit of this. Yeah. So as you're standing there in your lobby where it's warm and it's comfortable and everything is great, you are thinking about Lakshmi. What a lovely dinner you had. What was like the nicest part of that dinner?
I think like I would say just a lot of the along with conversations about home, also just academic conversations. He feels like he can be a bit more academic with her.
Mm-hmm.
And just like I feel, and allow me if this works.
Please.
I feel like he would try making jokes, failing miserably, and yet still her laughing at it. And more, I don't know if it's more
Yeah.
of like her just laughing at his goofy nature, trying to make a joke and failing, or if she genuinely found it funny. Who cares? The fact to him is that she laughed, a genuine laugh, and not like something mocking.
Yeah.
I think that things like that.
I think a lot of it also had to do with just enjoying the wordplay, speaking in your home language again, rather than French all the time.
Yes.
And like, there's just like something very nice, and I imagine it is such a pleasant, lovely time. And as you're standing there in front of the door of your lobby, and you can hear like the sounds of Simi going to a shop right down on the side of your building. Out of nowhere, suddenly, there is a man, and he is banging on the door, the glass door, to your lobby, and he's bleeding. And of course, the door is locked because you lock doors to the apartment part. And he's banging. He goes, "Let me in! Let me in!" And you can hear him banging, and you can hear boots chomping down. You can't see them from where you're at, but you can hear boots off to your left. And you can see him looking in a panicked way as he bangs, and he looks you straight in the eye.
Oh, I let him in. That is without a question.
Before you do, I'm just going to ask you, before you let him in, would you like a fate point to let him in?
How many do I have again?
Oh, you have 3.
I feel good with my fate points. I feel all right. I'm good. Thank you.
So here's the thing, because this is a compel, using the aspect exposed, letting him in will expose you to the people who are chasing him. Guess who they are? They're Nazis. And so, So if you take this fate point, that is going to open you up to some trouble because you are helping in somebody that's being chased by the Nazis, helping shelter them.
Also, opening up the door and saving him would be the action to take the fate point.
Yes, it would
That
be.
was-
Yes, it would.
Oh, then yeah. No, without question. Pritham is a doctor.
Well,
And seeing someone hurt, seeing someone in trouble, his instinct is to help.
all right
And
then.
therefore, he will open the door. I mean,
I'm going to give you that fate point then.
all right.
I'm gonna do it.
Yes.
I mean, and I could also, I could, invoke exposed, or also your Hippocratic Oath aspect as well. Either one I could do. So, this man, looking at this fellow, he looks to you to be maybe a late teenager, late teens, early 20s, like that sort of 16, 17, 18, 19, right? That sort of indeterminate, sort of young age. And this fellow's sort of olive-skinned, dark black hair, deep brown eyes, bleeding. He's wearing like a winter coat with a hat, and you can see his white shirt underneath the coat, and it's got blood on the collar. And he's banging, and you unlock and open the door to your lobby. Because you said you did.
Yes, I did.
And you hear, "Halt! Halt!" as you open the door, and this man rushes in and collapses in your arms.
I'd be in a daze. I think I just kind of would look at him. How is he looking? Like, is he like hurt or?
Yes. Looks like. Well, why don't you make a medical discover action for me?
Okay.
The difficulty is 1.
Okay.
Because
swear to God, if I fuck this up. Hey, there we go. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to give you have 2 choices when you succeed with style. You may ask 2 questions, or ask 1 question and get a boost, and you can decide after you ask the first question which you'd like.
Okay.
What is your first
all right.
question?
Are there bullet holes?
Oh yes, multiple bullet holes. This fellow has been shot quite a lot, as it turns out. It looks to you now, if you got him to surgery, you could probably save him. But he has been shot a lot. He also looks like he has been running. His heart is racing. He's panicked. The kind of panic is not helping with the blood loss that he has right now. But he has been shot.
Okay. I will try to stimmy the bleeding by, in the process, like maybe like either using his own clothes, ripping fabric off to tie, kind of make a makeshift gauze of some sort.
Would you like to take a second medical question, or would you like a boost? You can decide whenever you like.
What else could I possibly ask right now?
Roll medical.
Okay.
You're gonna beat a 6.
Oh gosh.
Because he has a severe consequence, which is the bleeding out part.
Oof.
Okay. So you start working on him, but you need a surgery. You need to get him on a table if you're going to want to sort of save his life. And as you're working, you hear it. The smash of glass as you can see 6 Nazi soldiers smashing in the glass of this door to get through. And they start yelling at you in German. Now, you speak German. You actually speak quite a few languages, yes? Italian, German, French.
I don't think I speak German.
You do? That's right.
No,
Yeah,
I don't
because
speak.
we all make
Yes.
sure to speak English when he's around. Yeah.
They're yelling at you in German. Very aggressive, very aggressive. And they're pointing guns at you. And
I just raise my hand, just like, stop. Just like, and then kind of just point to him saying he's going to, like, basically trying to use some words like he's gonna die kind of a situation. Like, I need, please. And then doctor, like he keeps saying like, doctor, and it points to himself.
Which is a cognate, which is fine, because doctor in German is more like a academic doctor, but you know. I would like you to make a roll.
Okay.
Sounds to me like you're trying to rapport them.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Hey!
Well, that's good. There
Yeah.
are 5 of them, which means they've got a will of a 4 as a group. That's a tie. What would you like there? Would you like
Don't you have that boost
You
from
do.
that second question
You
never
can-
asked?
you-
You could
Yeah,
just
yeah,
make
yeah.
this a 6.
I'll do the boost.
So, you're pleading with them. You can tell in that moment they were probably going to shoot you, or hit you with the butt of a rifle, something quite violent to get you out of the way. But as you're pleading, they hold their violence for that moment.
Cool.
It was, when there's that taste of violence in the air. And these people are all under quite a lot of stress anyway. And they step forward, and you see a man. You've seen him before. Handsome. And he steps up to you, and he sort of looks at you, and he says in French, he says, Dr. Singh?
Yes.
And it's Clemens Brown. Handsome young Clemens Brown, the driver you've seen with Oscar quite a few times.
Okay.
Sort of German, he looks like some kind of German soldier. And he goes, this is business. You will have to step away from this traitor, if you don't mind.
This man is going to die if
Yes.
I don't do anything.
Yes, he will die.
You can't be serious.
Let me make this easier for you. And he shoots this man in the head. Yes. Now, there are no problems. And he sort of looks to some of the other people he's with, and two of the other men just sort of grab him and start searching his body. Just like patting him down. Can I get a will roll from you?
Yeah. Yeah, you can. Okay.
I feel like
Those
that is good enough. You have been dealing with a lot of issues. You can deal with
And
that.
on top of that,
Yeah.
he is technically
Yeah.
trained.
Yes, he is.
I'm playing him
Yeah.
as an adult, but he,
Yes, he is trained.
There's
You
also
are,
been a lot of people shot right in front of you
Yeah.
recently.
Yeah.
yes, so you are
I
fine
think-
with that. You're not going to take any stress out of that.
Yeah, I think he just kind of internalizes it, and he kind of just all it does is fuel his flame
Yeah.
further against this entire regime and everything here happening here.
And as these two other soldiers start patting him down, Clements sort of walks over to you and helps you get up. He goes, Your Highness, I hope you are proud of the work we are doing today. This is a good day.
And may I ask what work that might be?
Justice.
Quite. Well, I'm glad it's being served by your hands. Now, who's going to pay for my glass?
Well, I imagine the people of France. Wait, I think the State Department is going to put some sort of fine on all of the Jews here in Paris to pay for the violence. I think they have to come up with some, like, 1 million francs to pay for all of this. So, they will.
I see.
Will you, are you going to see Captain Leixner?
Yes,
Ah,
I
good.
am currently in the process of waiting for him.
Will you tell him that the people who attacked him and killed his mother-in-law, I'm going to search each one of them down and kill them myself personally, and this is just number 3.
Oh, well, I'm sure he'll be very happy to hear that.
Yeah,
Thank you for your hard work.
you know, Your Highness, these people, vermin really, not even people, they've dishonored my captain and the lovely Frau Engel. I will not stand for it. Captain Leixner is one of the finest men I've ever known, and he is a great German, and he's, well, and he kind of pulls you aside so that the other people cannot hear, He's like the older brother or father. I lost my father in the First War, but when I was very small. But Captain Leixner's good. And I will not have these communists, these Armenians and Spanish, whatever they are, and all of these people offending all of this. We've gotten 3 so far. We've got a lead on some other of these groups and people, and by the end of the night, we will find everyone who was ever threatened my captain, and they will be dead. And please tell him that I'm doing this for him.
And I kind of just pat him on the shoulder and go, I'm sure the captain would be quite proud and touched that he has someone like you on his side. One thing I do want to mention, by the way, I would perhaps be a little bit more selective, or not at all use the term vermin on the dead. You see, in my culture, even vermin might have been at one point your family. So, once they are dead, let at least in death can't speak. Let them at least have grace in death.
You are not from here. You do not know. Let me educate you. This fellow here, you can look at his face. He's Armenian, I think. Armenians are not people. Jews are not people. Only Aryans are people. And now, I read that Aryans are from India, originally, perhaps. It's a great German thing. But all of these, they're not people. And they don't deserve life. You, Doctor, you are a man of great skill. And you will do great things. But you must know that countries are like bodies, like they're like people. And in every sort of body, I heard a lecture about this. There's a medical doctor like you, I think, and he told us that it was when I was working in a factory. He came in and he gave us a speech, inspired me to join. So they, what do you call them? Germs, maybe, or something like diseases.
Yes.
That takes a body. Yes, those things. And these microbes of these diseases, they come into the body and they make the body weak and they destroy the body. And if you are a doctor and a man of good science, what you do is you destroy these germs. And you see, people like this, they're not even people, they are germs for the body of the country and the nation. And the only way that we can be a great nation is by killing all of these germs. And all of these people, the people who are decadent, who listen to jazz, the people who are women who do not get married and have children, who are asocial, the homosexuals, and all of these people, all of them, the Jews, the people who are too lazy to work, people who are not smart enough to work, people who, so many, all of the Slavs, all of the Roma, all of these people, they're not people, they're germs that must be eradicated like any kind of germ to save the body of the country. And that is what this doctor said, that it is our duty not to think of them as people, but to think of them as something that must be eradicated to keep us all healthy and clean. And so, we are doing the work of the Reich today. And you as a doctor should understand that it's your job to cut out dying flesh to keep the body safe, to save the limb.
I think Pritham, there's a moment where he's just, it's like blue screen. Like he's having this moment of this, and it kind of, it's just like this subtle like pause of just like, if even one more word came out of this motherfucker's ass, like he was about to punch him down, but he's just really holding it, and he goes, quite. But remember, at this day and age, unless someone shows credentials, any quack can be a medical professional. Anyways, I must get going. I do apologize. I realized I must have had a big breakfast. I do need to go use the restroom a quick bit. I take it that you will be cleaning up all of this right here and making. I really do not wish for my rent to go up. I didn't quite really run. I kind of went away from my family without much funds, so this might be a little beyond my budget. So please, if you can, do me a favor. At least clean it up.
No.
I don't want to walk on glass.
We'll just take the body away. And then there's a... and a man walks up in civilian clothes. It's for a dark suit. And he just says, Sergeant Brown, who is this that you're speaking with? In German. You don't know what they're saying. And he sort of goes, he says something in return, and he goes, oh, this is so ein Arzt, das ist so ein Prinz, so das Pritam Singh, ist so ein Freund von der Kappen, zum Hauptmann Leixner, er ist okay. And this man, aber spricht kein Deutsch, ich glaube schon nur Französisch oder so, oder Hindi oder etwas sowas. And this man in this suit walks up and he looks at you, and he says in French, Dr. Singh.
Hello, yes, that is I.
May I see your papers, please? And Clemens Brown is about to say something, but doesn't, because this person seems to have some sort of authority.
Okay.
Thank you, Table Story. May I see your papers?
Okay. Do I as KP have no clue what the fuck
You
he's
have
asking for.
he wants your ID. He wants your papers saying that you are allowed
Papers,
to be
please?
here. All of your papers.
Okay. Oh yeah.
You
And-
have those papers, though.
Yeah.
So you're
Oh
okay.
yeah, absolutely. The question becomes, does he? I'm assuming he's smart enough to carry it.
You would
with-
always have those on you
Yes,
all the
yes.
time.
Oh yeah.
Or
so
you'd be
he opens
arrested.
up his. Yeah. And he
Yeah.
opens up. Oh, of course. And he opens up his medical bag, and then in a small zip up in there, he opens that up and takes out the appropriate documentation.
And this
I
fellow
hope.
takes your papers and he looks at them, and then he pulls out a small booklet, and you can see he's comparing probably stamps, because they change the paperwork you need all the time, just so that people who are resistance members might have out-of-date sort of paperwork, just in case you're not legitimate. And he looks, and he goes, And he gives you back your papers. He goes, everything is in order?
Glad to hear it.
One
I
moment.
try to be a good citizen.
Yes, we've heard all about you, Dr. Singh. And he just sort of takes some notes in his little notebook.
Mhm.
Dr. Singh, if you don't mind me asking, why exactly did you open the door for this man?
I saw a man that was injured, and I, as a doctor who has taken up the Hippocratic Oath, chose to see someone in harm and try to help.
Huh.
Simple as that. Whether they are criminals, whether they are saints, to me, until the law enforcement comes, they are patients. Until you come to me and you tell me what jurisdiction I have, my highest law that I follow is saving lives.
And he
Could be an
starts
animal.
writing down notes, everything you're saying. I see. And Clemens Brown steps forward and goes, I'm sorry, sir. When he said this, he's not a native French speaker. He did not mean that he would help criminals. That's not what he meant.
When I say that to a point, obviously, how am I to judge if someone is a criminal or not until you tell me? All I see is someone is hurt. But as soon as you say that is a criminal, I, as a person of law and order and a upstanding citizen, will clearly, obviously, do my best to comply.
Please roll your deceive. What happened to my camera? Don't worry about it, camera.
Like, please roll deceive.
Let me see. Let me
And
get over here.
it's just,
Deceive.
it got real
Ooh,
intense there.
Fantastic, fantastic. Let me just roll this
Ooh,
mysterious person's
Fredo would be really proud of you
uh,
right now.
empathy.
If she was here.
All right. Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah. You get a little boost. You get a free boost.
Woo!
And he looks at you, clearly trying to suss out if you're a liar. And he goes, well, it's good to hear that you are not... one moment for my camera, it's being strange.
The dramatic zoom.
Yes, I've got a
Da, da,
dramatic
da.
zoom. There we go. And he goes, it's good to hear that you are a good patriot. Come here, camera. There. There. I also know a doctor. I will let him know that you are being... that you are loyal.
Thank you.
And he goes, Brown, all of you, pick up the body. Did you find anything? And the soldiers goes, no, nothing, sir. I'm like, well, we want to stack these bodies up to show. Come. And they sort of drag this body, leaving a trail of blood. And they sort of throw him in the back of this truck as they get in. And Clemens Brown, full of smiles, looking so perfectly handsome and bright, almost with like a sparkle in his teeth. He's so beautiful, this fellow. Smiles at you with a wink as he steps into this truck and waves as the truck drives off. With a quickness, they seem to be on the hunt.
Before he leaves, like, I yell out, mess!
He just smiles as the blood is just sort of pooling in your lobby. And Regina, no, we don't know where she is. So, Oscar and Frida, this is when you arrive at this. You arrive like maybe 5 minutes later at this building where the front door has been smashed and there's blood, and there is the prince.
Oscar would say from the driver's seat, all aboard.
And he clearly sees the blood and
Yes.
the
Oh, Frida
Okay.
does too. She just like imagine the door is open for you by one of the two guards,
Yep.
and Frida will just pat the seat next to her.
You see him walk out, kind of daintily stepping over the glass, and opens the door.
Make sure you wipe your
And-
feet first.
No, not so the apartment door, right?
Yeah.
He's walking out
Yeah.
from the lobby, apartment door. He opens it, looks at Oscar, points at it, and then just turns around and then just like whatever, and then kind of walks in and sits down in the car. Morning.
With aware that Schmidt is
Welcome.
literally right outside. Doctor, you all right? Was the
Just
broken
a
door and
kerfuffle. And wait, who's Schmidt again?
Schmidt is one of these soldiers,
Good German
a
soldier.
good German soldier. Now, your driver, Clemens is not driving because you just saw him like,
Yeah.
5 minutes ago.
There would normally be another guy driving, but it
Yeah.
seems that our good
Yes.
Herr Reichsner is taking
Yeah.
the wheel.
He's driving this time, as a matter of fact, yeah.
Yeah. So it's just us three in the car then.
And you've got these two guards sitting on the running boards with
Mhm.
rifles.
Mm.
So they can hear us.
Mhm.
it's like super cold out too.
Yes,
correct?
it is.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
super cold out. It's really
All right.
cold.
Well, okay.
Drive faster.
Yeah, to avoid any type of erroneous conversation, then Oscar is going to, as they stop, he's going to say, "This is absurd," and he's going to lean out to Schmidt, and he says, "You two get inside," and he just sit down. This is too cold.
And they come in the back, and like you can hear as they're sort of coming around, it's just like the snippet of a conversation where we're like, "See, I told you, he's a good man." As like they sort of like come in and sit in the back, all happy to be with their good SS propaganda officer.
Mhm.
Mhm. And they sort of sit in, and they sort of like you can see they've got like frost on their jackets as they kind of like they sit in next
Frida
to you.
will
all.
brush some of it off because she's
Oh.
not in the front seat. So just brush it off. Sad.
And Schmidt sort of chuckles a little bit. And he goes, "You're I hope you don't mind. May I speak freely, Frau Engel?"
Certainly.
Your man, Lieutenant Spahn, we told him that you were going to be at a different place, and he's waiting for you somewhere else, and it'll be hours before he actually finds out where you are. It's a joke we do in the military to people.
I see. Wait, I should meet him till after church anyways. But so you'll have to tell me where you sent him to. I do have business that needs attending. And she'll be like, oh, you jokesters, you. But like, oh, poor Martin.
We said that you were going to be at the radio station, and he's waiting for you there. Probably, who knows how long.
Oscar, as Holgar Leichner, will give a this is unacceptable. But whenever he catches the side of Schmidt, he'll give just the faintest smile. Yeah. Just like something that Frida wouldn't be able to see. Like he strongly approves of this.
It's a little like,
this bullying, this.
Yeah, it's a little bullying of Martin.
Hazing,
it's what it is. And I imagine you go to the church?
Let him be bullied by everyone except me.
You're like, this works for my plan. I imagine you go to the church.
Yeah, like we're supposed to.
Yeah.
Meet up with Regina.
With Regina, because you will all be there together. And the church, of course, is full. At times like this, a lot of people go to church. Churches all over the place are quite full. Also because sometimes the churches have food. So especially at times like this, so they sometimes can get a little bit of food, a little bit of aid. The church itself is quite packed, and the soldiers, they're going to wait outside of the sort of the smaller inner chapel for you, because they a routine has been set up. And when you step inside the chapel, there is no one there at all. Except there's a book on one of the pews.
Before I leave Schmidt and soldier number 2, could I try to create an advantage with them?
Absolutely.
Okay. I would like to, this is to show them just how great a leader Holgar is. He is going to flip the keys to Schmidt, just the one key with the push button, I'm sure at that point. Yeah. But he would flip it to him and he would say, make sure that you keep this warm.
Oh,
meaning no matter how long we're in there, I know you'll have to wait outside by the car. You can turn it on and warm yourselves. And so just keep this warm.
And Schmidt goes, can I get that roll, please, first, before you get his response?
Yeah, and obviously I'm lying.
So. Rapport. Or resources, either one, actually. Because it's kind of one or the other, do you know what I mean? Like, this is either the fact that you have resources, you're doing a little bit of a bribe, or a rapport.
I can use as long as I'm acting as the Parisian entertainment, I can use my resources for that, or same thing, same 6 of 1.
Let's see what you get here.
Superb.
Ooh, superb. Very nice. Let me roll. Ooh, okay, you roll their will. That's a good one. You get an advantage on them. What would you like it to be?
Warm leadership.
Let me see. Like, you have my sword.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they are.
Mm-hmm.
They are.
We don't have Clemens. Clemens is in our pocket.
Smitten,
Clemens is not with us right now, so we gotta.
But Clemens loves you.
I actually already have an advantage on Schmidt because I've been working him for a bit.
Yes, you have.
This new guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
We gotta name him. Let's get a good name for this guy.
Yeah, let's give him a good name.
His name is. Give me a second. Where did I put it? I have this for you.
Oh, fantastic!
I thought we already established soldier number 2.
Yeah, but that's like he has another name besides.
He loves to have a name.
Besides Deuce. This is Twitch. This is the calendar for 1941.
Nice.
This is my list of brothels in Paris in the 1940s. You don't want that one.
No.
This is my.
I mean, do we?
Maybe my list of organized crime. Here we go. That's what I needed. I found it. I got it. This is Kaspar Brockhaus.
It's like an action hero.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hey, good old Kaspar.
Brockhaus.
And when you toss the keys, Schmidt goes, Captain, if you don't mind, might I ask, will you be here for the entire hour of the mass? He says as he's holding the keys.
Right. Depending upon, we could stay for 2, perhaps 3, like we did just a day. We usually light candles. So will. This is for my mother.
Of course, sir. And he nods to Brockhaus, and they sort of go to leave, and you get this sense they're like, okay, they're going to be here for like at least 2 hours, which means we can take the car and maybe go get some food, warm up somewhere. Like, they seem like they might be planning to maybe jet out
Even better.
for just a little bit, right?
Okay. So, because established before, I have booze in the car because of the actors that I had. Yep. He would say, and mine's in the trunk. There 5 bottles of wine. Make sure that no one gets them. Yep. There are currently 7 bottles of wine in the trunk.
And they nod like, yeah, jawohl. And they sort of like leave you to this chapel as they sort of head out. Feeling like it's Christmas. Life is pretty good. I mean, sorry about your mom.
Season.
But like, it's the season. And when you go in there, there is no Regina. But there is a book. That it's not the Bible.
Oh. Or a hymnal?
Nor a hymnal.
Oh, that's interesting.
Who sees it first?
What are your awarenesses? Give me your awareness levels.
Mediocre. That is 0.
Fair. Oh my gosh,
It's
Freda
you.
is somehow
Freda-
the most aware.
Frida, you see it first.
Really?
You see it first. There is a book that is clearly not a hymnal, nor a Bible, just sitting like in the corner. It's not hidden, but it's somewhat inobtrusive.
Nonchalantly meander on over and
It's a fiction book.
Oh.
It's a French translation of The Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens.
Oh, interesting. Is there anything written inside the cover?
No,
Or anything
but...
when you flip through the pages, anything
Yes.
circled or
Yes.
written in the... Okay.
There's a little note. And it's
okay.
The note is on a page. If you look at the page, it describes Madame Defarge knitting in the names of those she's going to murder in the French Revolution. And there's just a little slip of a note that says, I've spoken to the brothers. There has been tragedy, but there has been tragedy, but the barn is available for storage. And you are welcome.
Okay. You will take the note out of the book. Make mental note of what page number that is.
Mm-hmm.
Bring it on over to Oscar. And pick up a hymnal. Because there are other people in this church, right?
Mm-hmm. No,
Yeah,
this is a private chapel.
Yeah,
this is okay. We're in the private chapel.
Mhm.
Then she'll just hand it to him. This is She'll
Yeah,
walk
we're
over with
behind the
book,
velvet
too.
rope here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll look at it and then go over and light it on fire at one of the candle stations.
Will they reply?
I believe they know that we'll be happy about this.
Regina's not there. What do you do?
She was to meet us at Mass at 10, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then, as any good soldier, I believe we would probably wait until at least, the 12 mass, the 11, they take the break for lunch, and maybe the beginning of the 1 o'clock mass before we would, before at least Oscar would say we've got a potential problem.
So, as you are sitting there, you can hear the mass happening outside in the larger sort of cathedral. As you are all in this quiet room, with only a number of hymnals, that one copy of A Tale of Two Cities in French translation, with a note that is missing, and no Regina.
Yeah. While we wait, I grill the prince about if he was able to get to that safe.
Yes. Probably not the best place to talk about it.
You had a private chapel?
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, I keep forgetting.
This is the best place we have at the moment, aside from the apartment.
Yes. Least important is I found this, and I pull out the book of contacts.
Oh, I don't know about least important.
Wait,
This is quite important to me.
Wait till I finish my sentence.
Oh, wunderbar.
Once again, let me finish my sentence.
Hmm.
There are 2 canisters,
Mhm.
and to the best of my medical academic knowledge, those are biological weapons in that safe.
Wunderbar.
I feel like
We can-
you and I have a very different definition of that word. I don't know German, so maybe I'm wrong. But
No, it means wonderful.
okay, so
We should teach you German, by the way, if you're going to be.
then
I
I'm
should
just
start those lessons.
translation of English then, considering
Right,
it is my third language.
Yes, where you did attend an English
I
university.
usually use that word for something that has good implications.
Potential.
It's a bomb.
Yes,
We're talking about bombs.
and we are
that kill-
trying to kill Nazis.
Usually canisters like this are not something that are just handed out. They are
No.
tracked. They are documented.
Which, if I remember correctly, Sigmund was in supply, and fudging is a supply chain. So these are probably not accounted for. If he was any good at his job, which he seems to have been halfway decent at that job. The brothel is another story, but he did well enough, I suppose.
As
Well,
you're
I'm glad you're
pondering-
taking this news a lot easier than I thought. There goes France.
as you're pondering these very dangerous chemical weapons, I do think we might want to know, as
the
they
gold
are.
bars, that's great. This is what all good news. The other is like,
Oh yeah, that's the other thing.
great.
Yeah, and then he gives out the
Oh.
gold bars as well, or like
Mm.
no, he left it. He left the gold bars
Mhm.
in the safe,
And the canisters.
and the canisters,
Good.
obviously.
Nice safe spot.
He literally, I think, he only took.
She's
the
like, oh, a book
notebook.
of contacts and safe combination. You're my favorite person this
But
morning.
wait, chemical weapons and
Bars, the gold bars.
Four
Yeah.
gold
Oh
bars.
yeah, I mentioned like both of those. I left in that I mentioned. I just remembered that was what. So and then he says, and then he looks at her and goes, also, I'm pretty sure our dilemma of gold bars has been rectified. We found it. We spend enough fate points for all 4,
Yep.
right?
Mhm.
Okay.
I think we have 6 because I gave my remaining 2
Yes,
afterwards.
there's
It's like,
6.
Trooper,
Yep, there are 6 gold
More.
bars.
gold bars.
Mhm.
More money.
Mm-hmm.
Money is not a bad thing to have in this
Mm-hmm.
time. So
And as you have all of this good news, well, the chemical weapons may not be good news, but everything.
Freda thinks it's great news. She's like, we can just take these to the conference, make our lives easier.
So
Maybe.
yeah, I do wonder what exactly is happening with our missing agent, who, if I remember correctly, is in the middle of a conflict right now, and we have some questions about. You've got 2 of your 4 mental stress boxes full, and you're straight in the middle of a very dangerous conflict. Let's pick up as you are driven.
Pretty sure we got into the car, right?
Yes, and I believe we will be at the lovely brunch, shall we? As you are, you and Astrid, the secretary, and Nicoletta, your very best friend.
Can I sit in the middle?
Of course.
Okay, I'd like to sit in the middle of the back seat, please.
Of course. Although she's the help, so she has to sit up in the front with the driver and the guards.
Oh, damn, okay.
Because, because that will upset her, and that will make Nicoletta feel pretty awesome. Because she likes to upset people. It makes her happy. That's how she is. And you will be brought to the restaurant at, one of these grand hotels, and led in, and she's just happier than a clam as you two are seated, and she says to Astrid, if you will sit right at that table right over there. And she has Astrid sit at a table next to you so she can watch you both have a
Can I stop her?
You can try,
Can I
yes.
put my hand on her hand
Mm-hmm.
and go, but dear, the more the merrier.
And she thinks about it for a moment. Now, we are in this conflict, this social conflict, and before we continue, I thought it might be interesting for you to know what her goal is in this conflict, and maybe I can know what your goal is. These things are important to know, for concession
My
purposes.
goal was to get her the hell out of the flower shop. Succeeded.
Mm-hmm. But now you're still in this conflict. Her goal is to have you... Now, remember, if she takes you out, if this were guns, you might be dead. But this is emotional guns. So we're looking at what emotional guns does she want if she wins this conflict. She wants you to want her. That's what she wants.
Such a simple woman. Really.
Yes. She wants you to want her desperately. You know how she is. That's what she wants.
What do I want out of this?
Mm-hmm.
I want her to want me gone.
Oh, interesting. When you say gone, what do you mean? Gone out of Paris?
No, not gone out of Paris. I imagine, I want her to want this brunch to be over.
Oh, interesting.
I want her to regret taking me out.
Can you give me more?
Yeah, I want to be the worst Tinder date she's ever had.
Wow. Do you want her to, long term, do you want her to be less... Do you want her just to be miserable, or do you want her to be less interested in you? What is your goal here?
My goal is to...
If you take her out, she's gonna what? She's gonna end this brunch?
If I take her out... I'm
gonna put it this way. If she takes you out, she wants to take you upstairs. Is what she wants to do.
Right, simple woman.
She wants to take you upstairs, and she wants Astrid to know it because she is not a nice person.
Oh,
yeah.
I see.
Yeah, she wants to take you upstairs for less clothed time.
Okay, I want the brunch to end, but I want her to. I want her to think really hard about asking me out again. I want her to reconsider bothering me on the regular basis. That maybe. Yeah. I want her to constantly reconsider if this is the right move for her.
Yeah. Okay. I believe you made your first move.
I did. Probably won't be very good. I guess that's rapport.
Yes, it is.
And I would say being a good German and inviting means that, maybe, just maybe, I can use my stunt here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, I got it good. That's not the worst thing ever.
All right. This is your attack.
I guess so. Damn it.
She beats you by 1. And she smiles. She goes, Astrida is really just a secretary. And she's saying this to you, but she's really saying it to Astrid.
Of course.
I'm sure she doesn't mind sitting on the sidelines while someone a bit more important has lunch with me.
Well, don't stand on ceremony. And I gesture for her to have a seat first.
And she sits, of course, like it's natural that she goes first, and she sits down first. She says, my dearest, you look absolutely wonderful today.
Stop lying. It puts wrinkles on your face.
I'm not lying at all. You do. You look lovely. Do you remember all the times we would go to places like this back in university?
I remember the study sessions, yes.
Oh, I also remember the study sessions, she says. And as she smiles, she sort of takes out a cigarette. And then which women should not be smoking. And she just leans forward to have you light her cigarette.
I do.
And that will be an 8. Because
Against my will?
Yes, because she's trying to seduce you.
Okay, now question. I don't really like her.
I
And
know.
I have a core, deeply held belief, one might say, to not sleep with this horrid wretch ever again, ever.
But she wants you to, though.
Right, but
Yeah.
I have a sweet new stunt.
You do have a sweet
I
new stunt.
earned rightfully so that says I'm stubborn.
That is true.
It took me decades to form my beliefs, and I'm not about to abandon them, especially not for her janky ass. So
And also
I get
to
to add
get
a
over
plus,
her, right? You know,
right, so I
yeah.
get to add a +2 to my will in attempts to resist
Yes.
this kind of thing.
Yes.
So I'm gonna resist.
Okay.
Pew!
She's got an 8 to your 7. I did not add her +2 to that stunt. So she's beating you by 1.
Oh wait, you didn't?
I know I didn't add her did +2 to the stunt. So that's an 8 versus your 7.
Damn.
She's beating you by 1. Also,
So, what does she get? I guess if I fail,
that's
I think
one
she's
shift
attractive?
of stress that you have to. One shift of stress you have to soak. Because this is an attack.
Oh, I see. Well, that's.
By the way, I'm just going to use one of my fate points.
Oh, is that how you got it from a 6 to an 8?
No, she has a stunt. She has a stunt called Moths to a Flame that she gets a +2 to rapport attacks when she's seducing people. Because that is what she's not bad. She's drawn that way.
So that makes it an 8,
Which
and you're
is
going to use a fate,
Fate point to make it a 10, using her high concept, high society femme fatale. So she's sitting at a 10 versus your 7. So she's beating you by 3.
Okay, hang on. I've got some advantages here. Are any of them against her?
As she leans in
Oh,
with her
okay.
cigarette.
I'm good. Maybe this won't work. But I have a bone up on Jaeger, yo. That's her husband, right? Okay. So I might use a free advantage here. As I lean over and I light her
Now,
cigarette.
this is about
I
her
go,
husband, messed up. This is about when he sort of tripped and fell and,
Oh, the bone up on Jaeger is definitely an innuendo on the fact that
Yes.
he got all worked up
Yeah, yep.
over Regina. And I simply lean in and I light her cigarette and I say, I wonder if you look at your husband that way.
Are you using 1 or 2 of those free?
I think I'm going to use both of them.
All right. Jaeger is gone.
So that puts me at a 9 to her 10.
No, that puts you at an 11 to her 10, which means you don't soak anything.
Perfect. Okay,
Because each one is 2. And she goes, well, right now I'm looking at you.
You didn't really answer my question, though. But you were always really good at deflecting.
I like to think of it as being more focused on the important things at the moment.
Well, it's a good thing I didn't wake up this morning worried about what you thought.
Oh, I imagine you always think somewhere about what I'm thinking about you.
Well, I'm glad that brings you some form of comfort.
Oh.
Cafe? Please, like, coffee?
And the waiters sort of come in and you say, mademoiselle. And they, so they take your order. And there's Astrid in the corner watching all of this. As sort of coffee is brought, juice is brought, some croissants are brought with some butter, fresh butter, and jam, and a little bit of ham. So like this really nice continental breakfast spread is brought before you both, sort of a little bit decadent and a lot, you know? It's just like a lot of food brought, extra food. Water, juice, coffee, a little brandy, and then all these breads, cheeses, butter, jam, ham, smoked ham. It's all brought out for you as they all nod quickly to sort of leave you both. And she smiles at you. You know, this is my hotel.
I'm aware.
I'm glad to hear it.
Why?
Well, that means you've been paying attention to me.
Nicoletta, when have I not been paying attention for the last decade?
Yes, I know. By the way, it's your move, because she already went. I knew you were, she says with a smile. So, shall we talk about our... And she has put Ostrid far enough away that she cannot hear what you're saying. She can only see your body language. Because she's like that. So, I believe that you owe me and my husband a tennis match with your husband and your famous friend and doctor.
Is that what you want?
I think it would be fascinating to get to know your friends a bit more.
Well, you always get what you want.
I do.
Then I'm not exactly sure where you're asking.
Oh, it's
I
always
imagine
polite.
that if you snapped your skinny little fingers, we would all show up at your tennis match.
I imagine you would.
No, Nicoletta, I imagine we all would.
True. But you also know my tennis match would be quite enjoyable.
Maybe for you.
It was fun for you.
Things change.
Sometimes, and sometimes they don't. Or not as much as one thinks.
Well, as tasty as this coffee was and as good as that croissant is, the company is lacking.
Is it?
I think I will make my way to my late mother-in-law's grieving ceremony.
Is that
If
a
you don't mind.
concession?
Huh? No, this is Regina getting up to leave.
That would be a concession, because you would be leaving the conflict.
I mean, she can still
It's,
follow me or try to stop me, right?
It's your go. If you leave the conflict, you're taking yourself out of the conflict, which is a concession. Max Ryder asks, what happens to the concession? What happens to the concession is she gets what she wants, or at least parts of it.
Parts of it, yep.
But I mean, she wins the conflict, but our player decides how she's taken out. In this case, which is her leaving.
Okay, I think because
And she gets fate
I
points.
am becoming a well-known housewife on a rampage. Am I
That
not?
is true. That is true. We've heard that about
Okay,
you.
so instead of complimenting the coffee
Oh.
and the croissant, and my company, I think instead I stand with just enough noise to like make my chair squeak across the floor, and I say loud enough so everybody, including our
okay.
dear secretary, hears.
Yeah.
Well, as quaint as this has been, the coffee is lacking, the croissants are lacking, and my company is, well, breaking the law. And I point to her smoking a cigarette.
This feels like a provoke attack to me.
That was
Because
yeah.
that
Well,
is not
I
good
was
talk.
I was hoping it would be a more of a rapport since I'm a good German pointing out.
You're not being friendly. You're being not friendly.
Okay, well that doesn't help me very much.
But you do have 2 free invokes on that rapport. Provoke.
That's true.
On that provoke.
Yeah, I'm gonna need both of them for this roll because
And fate points.
This is not my strength.
This is your bad cop. I would like to see you roll that provoke, if you don't mind.
I bet you would.
I
I'm gonna
would.
find it first. Here it is. Okay. Man, do I have anything? No, it's all rapport. Okay. Plus the 2 makes it a 6.
Versus her 4. Your housewife on a rampage is done. Would you like to do anything else with that? 6 versus her 4.
Well,
As you
are
stand
gonna
up,
use a
making-
Yeah, I stand. Are you gonna make? Are you going? I'm just trying to make her look bad.
I know.
That's it. So, does she? Are you gonna use a?
Might.
point?
It depends. I'm just wanting to know if you're going to go all in to stress her out right now.
I don't think you can stress this woman out. She stresses herself out enough.
You're beating her by 2.
I'm trying to see what I have. I don't know that I have a lot. Because I don't have that advantage anymore that I set up against.
Do you know her trouble aspect?
Yes.
Do you?
I know her and Jaeger's. Or no. I don't know. I know both of their like.
You know Jaeger's trouble
goals.
aspect, right?
Yes.
Yes.
But
he's
I
a
know
big
both
old killer.
Yeah, I know both of their goal, like their goal, like what they're trying to do, right?
No, because that's a people don't have that
Then
faction.
I feel like I know one of them on her. I don't know if it's another aspect or if it's her trouble, but I know
think
one
you
on
might
her.
know her trouble, which is
I think I know both of their troubles.
yeah, which is you don't leave me, I leave you. Yeah.
Right. Right.
Which you could invoke. If you could use that as an invoke, you'd have to pay a fate point for it.
You know what? That feels worthy of a fate point to invoke the fact that I know that she can't stand for me to leave first, to leave her.
She doesn't
And
like
to
that.
leave her sitting here
Yeah.
at a table by herself because
Yeah.
she chose not to invite the secretary.
That's 8 versus her 4. Do you want to spend
That's 8 versus her
4?
Yeah.
If you spend the fate point for it, would you like to spend any more fate points?
At this point, I don't, because I'd like to hang on to one because I have no idea what's going the rest of this game.
There are group fate points.
There are, but this, I feel like an 8 is a pretty decent roll. So
She can soak that 4 with stress, by the way. Because she also has a very high will. Just noting it.
I mean, if that's what she chooses to do, is to soak it. I can't really stop her from soaking it.
All right. She smiles at you as you make this scene. And she puts the cigarette in the ashtray. And she just reaches out and she touches your hand with her finger. And she just runs her finger along the back of your hand. And she says, "Rules are for smaller people than you and I. Come on. I'm sure you don't want to leave just yet." And she is going to make a seduction roll on you right about now.
Do I only get to use this stunt once?
Oh, no, you can use it anytime.
Every time
Every time it's
applicable?
relevant.
Okay.
I just want to ask if you want to concede before she does it.
No, she can go ahead and make another roll, I guess.
Okay. And she just like touches your hand in that way that she did back then. 8.
Damn it. Okay, y'all.
Which is actually
This
not
is-
a very good roll, but.
Ah!
Ooh.
Pew pew!
Mm-hmm.
Regina kind of removes her hand and does not sit down.
She stands up. Because the conflict is not over until one of you concedes or is taken out.
Okay. I only got one up on her, I guess, so.
And in the chapel, you're waiting and she's not there. And she's not there. Surely, whatever's happening is fine. You're Regina. That was an impressive
All right.
roll.
Regina, yeah, that was... Regina is going to use the last fate point to concede.
You don't have to spend a fate point. I give you fate points.
Oh, fantastic. I'm going to wait, does that mean she gets what she wants?
Yes. Now, she's not going to be able to take you upstairs, right? Because you get to decide how you leave. But that does mean that you're going to have a little bit of a desire for her kindling. Because that's what she wants. This is like, if this were guns, there'd be like killings. But this is,
Regina just doesn't have the energy to fight her. You know what I mean? Like, Regina doesn't care. She doesn't want to spend the time bickering with her. She doesn't want to be here. But she also doesn't want to have sex with her in any way or be bound to her emotionally.
That's why you're in the middle of a conflict. Because that's what she wants. Regina, I imagine you have business, but how about we have dinner together? You and I.
Let's see, how does she want to do this? Because she's not really trying to make an attack unless it's going to be a rapport roll. Regina just simply says, do I have much of a choice?
You always have a choice, but you should always choose me.
Yes. Well, then I choose to leave.
Then I'll see you for dinner. Let's say tomorrow night?
Am I busy tomorrow night?
That's up to you.
What is tomorrow night?
Monday night.
30th.
30th. I guess I don't have much of a choice. As I said, you get what you want.
I know. Oh. And she just leans in to give you the kiss on each side of your cheek. And you can just smell her perfume. And her skin is like soft as it was before. And then she just whispers in your ear and she says, you know, I can save you. And I would.
I don't need you to save me.
Oh, but you do. And she steps back with a smile.
Well, Nicoletta, as always, you don't believe anybody but yourself.
Well, you might believe me a bit more if you knew some of the things that I did. And I might be willing to tell you.
I doubt that I'd ever believe anything from your mouth. I learned that the hard way.
We shall see. Don't worry, I'll pay for the check.
I expected you to.
And she just sort of notes, well, put that on my husband's account, and you may leave as you wish, but please take a fate point for that concession. And
on my way out, I go, since you are, unbound by rules, I'll be taking your car. I imagine you can find another one.
Oh, I can. And, I'm so pleased that you will take things from me that I offer.
It doesn't count if I ask first as an offer, Nicoletta.
It does.
And on my way out, I make sure to greet the secretary goodbye.
And she...
And you know what? Can
please,
I...
Please.
Oh, I got one last move. Regina gets up, takes one of the cloth napkins, removes a pen from her purse, writes her information down, and passes it to the secretary on the way out of the door.
Please give me that rapport roll if you don't mind.
Okay, great. I was about to say, report, can I do it with stealth if I slide it to her without Nicoletta seeing?
Yes, you may. Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
Still was just a fair. Maybe Nicoletta sees.
Let's see if she does. She does not.
Okay, great. I just slide it to the secretary and I give her a much kinder smile than that. Actually, in fact, I don't even look at Nicoletta on my way out.
But
Nicoletta's
is like, she won that conflict, so she's needling at you a little bit. She's just in there, in your mind.
That's all right.
Little bit.
I just need to not be around her.
Oh, yeah. But you get a fate point for it. So I've given it to you.
Oh, I gave you one already.
No, you didn't need to. You don't need to give me one.
Oh, well, I did.
concede.
I'm sorry. I should have 2 then.
Yes.
I had one.
Yeah.
Yes, you have 2.
Okay.
You have an extra fate point as you take her car and drive through the city, and back.
Did she leave anything behind in the car?
Oh, we can get
There's
there.
a reason I took her car. Okay,
can get there.
just so you know where my brain's at.
And as you're driving across the city, it has been an hour and a half, and Regina has not shown up.
So it's 11:30.
We knew that. Well, the last thing we knew she was going to do was go find Luke, right?
Luke.
And then, but we don't know anything about like the Duke situation.
You know she was going to see the Duke, and then
Okay.
find Luke.
To be fair, Oscar wouldn't have a problem at all until around 1 o'clock, whenever he would,
Yeah.
let the others know. As stated before, I mean, he would give Regina plenty of time
Yeah.
to have, operational.
Sometimes things happen. You need an extra hour or two.
It was late, so you imagine
Yeah.
I would not have come back for curfew and
Yeah.
some other. There's like some logistical things now that like
Yeah.
you might have considered.
And
like I said before, it would be at least 1 o'clock before Oscar would even bring it up.
and
I
so
think Freda spends this time pouring through that little notebook of information, like, ooh, Christmas again.
and perhaps you're getting nervous or worried, but right about 11:30-ish is when Regina walks through the door of the small chapel. And when you walk
I have
in,
flowers.
she has flowers. And what do they see when you walk in, besides the lipstick mark on your cheek?
I would have long since
Yeah?
wiped that off.
Mhm.
Oh no, we're
Mhm.
going nowhere with Nicoletta's anything on me.
Just right there.
I would have wiped that off in the car. Was there anything in her car?
That we will take care of after the break.
Oh, is it time?
It is time.
Wow.
I just
my God.
I just want to
It is
know
going by.
what they see when you walk in.
Oh, I mean, Regina, she's dressed like Regina. She's holding flowers with the tag from the flower shop, so she's been by home base. She does not have Luke.
She doesn't.
And I will probably say, I apologize for my tardiness. Had an unexpected breakfast, but I brought flowers.
As long as you're safe.
There are many things still in question, Doctor.
I think immediately, like, first thing he does is he kind of just eyes up for any obvious signs of bullet wounds.
Can I-
Like,
can
it
I
feels like
get-
to him every single time, like Nicoletta shows up. I'm not Nicoletta, sorry. Regina shows up. She's somehow hurt in some way.
Can I
Well, he-
get an empathy roll from you, good doctor?
Empathy or medical?
Empathy is what I would like.
Oh.
Oh, that is.
Can I get a deceive from both
Yeah.
Regina and also Frida, if you
Oh.
don't mind?
Certainly.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Okay.
Please get that. Please get that.
deceive.
Ah, of course.
You asked Freda to lie.
Regina's actually a little off. Yeah.
Well, she's still better than that empathy, though, that the doctor had.
Do you want to do anything with that empathy roll? This is just my question.
I want to use a fate point because I just feel that as the type of person he is, he's very sensitive.
Oh, to see how stressed out we
Yes,
are.
this is exactly what this is about.
You got a lot of fate points.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do. So I will use,
And
but that's a superb. I have an average.
You at least get it on
you might
Regina.
get Regina.
You get it on
Yeah.
Regina.
Yeah.
The odds of you getting it on Freda are unlikely.
Oops,
one fate point will
That
get
was not a
you
great roll for
Regina. 2 will get you both of them.
I'm just going to interject real quick and just tell everybody that I believe if I could crack open Trooper's brain and look inside, he likes nothing better than player
Stir the
on
pot
player
and to
fate
use
point
their fate points.
purchases.
Yeah.
Right.
Uh-huh.
there you go.
As you were.
I think like to Preetham, I think this is fair actually because
Preetham
I think
also has had a morning, so
Yeah.
I can see
he's
him
had a
wanting to
morning.
know
He's had
how
a
his
morning,
fellow
but
crewmates are doing.
yeah, but I think to him, he might observe Frida to be a little stressed, but to him, like
She
she's
grilled him
pregnant.
too
Yeah.
thoroughly about the safe and its contents, and
Yeah.
has been pouring through
Yeah.
this little black book, like she's actually pleased about something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's covering very well for herself.
And what?
Yeah, and the thing is, it's more of like he kind of attributes any
Yeah.
form of stress that he sees on her is just like she's pregnant.
Mhm,
I mean, she just got that big news. She just found out she's with child and
Yeah.
probably has some sort of thing related to that she might be dealing with. So kind of just attributes it to that. Whereas Regina, he's actively like, okay, what's going on?
Well, she is probably not going to tell you anything. She seems fine. But I will tell you, because that was basically a discover action using empathy. Could you name that consequence you have right now, dearest Dot?
Yeah. Elias adjacent is what we have right now.
Yes. So when you sort of check her out, I mean, she seems like everything's fine, but you can tell that she's stressed out, and you know that she's Elias adjacent, right? That he's got some kind of that couple, they're working her last nerve, right? There's something going on.
They all up in my business.
They're all up in her business, and you can tell there's just like a, you know what I mean? Like it's a, she might need some support, emotional support, but she doesn't. I imagine you don't look it. I imagine Regina looks. Does she look fine and normal?
Yes. Yes. It wasn't a medical, so you don't know that thing, but you do know that she looks a little. To you, she looks a smidge flustered and under some stress.
He reaches into his medical bag and pulls out just a flask of whiskey that he has in there and kind of hands it to Regina.
No. Okay.
And but he hands it like under the pew.
Yeah.
Just like you know.
We're in a private chapel.
That's right. That's right. But I think just out of pure respect for the
Yeah.
location and everything.
Regina has no respect for it. She undoes the lid and
You can
takes
drink
a big
wine
swig
here. I mean,
and
it's,
hands it
yeah.
back.
I'm going to ask you a question before we go to break. And this question has to go to actually all of you. 1, do you all partake in the whiskey? Is the first question.
I mean, it's out there. So
Regina offers it as soon as she's done. You're going to need it. We have a lot to talk about.
Freda does not.
yeah.
Oh, okay then. Freda, you cannot clear any of your mental stress.
Yeah.
I know. Oscar, would drinking some whiskey, if you do, would that help you clear that mental stress that you have?
Yes, it would help, but he's not going to do it as soon as he sees that Frida doesn't, so he doesn't either.
Oh!
Regina takes a second swig all by herself.
Let me ask you.
I think like Preetham just kind of like. I feel like at this point this is a sharing between
Yeah.
Preetham and Regina.
Then let me ask. Dot, would drinking that whiskey in this moment help de-stress you?
I think at least some of it.
Clear your mental stress, but let me have Preetham roll
Yes.
empathy. You have to beat a 2.
Okay. Let me open up my character sheet again because I needed to close it. Come on.
Dot, you may clear
You
the
said
mental
empathy,
stress.
right?
Empathy,
You said
please.
empathy. Submit. Come on, baby. What'd I get?
That's a 1.
Mother trucker! Are you
Nope.
kidding me?
Same roll as before, I think. Oh,
What
Yeah.
is happening?
Would you like to
Yeah.
spend a fate point on that one? Or no?
it's okay to say no.
I'm gonna say no this time.
All right. Dot, your mental stress is cleared, but that consequence
consequence is
stays.
I was about to say, there is no liquor that will solve the Elias problem.
And so
That's never going to happen.
it helps your stress, but that fascination with Elias is still there. And as you're about to sort of have your meeting and discuss what is happening, we're going to go to break. I would like everyone to hydrate, to stretch your legs, do good things for yourself. And while you're gone, please, over the break, listen to episode 2 of You Can't Deal with Hitler, the radio show from the early 1942. And while we're away, please note that when we get back, our players are going to do what they want to do, but I do have some roles for them. That's all. We will mostly, really, I've got some roles for Frida. That's fine, though. Yeah, no, it's cool. Don't worry about
Silly.
it. Don't worry about it. Maybe you should worry about it. It'll be fine. watch our wonderful, wonderful slideshow with the great art. And I want to say thank you to Draftier for her 1,500 bits. Thank you so much. And we will see you all in 10 minutes. And when we get back, we'll find out what our agents are going to do with where they're at. Bye, everyone, in 10.
You can't do business with Hitler. We are now at war. There are but two alternatives, total victory or total defeat. There can be no such thing as a military stalemate that would result in the survival of Hitlerism. That is the opinion of a man who knows. Douglas Miller, for 15 years commercial attaché to the American Embassy in Berlin. Presenting a radio series adapted from Mr. Miller's book, You Can't Do Business with Hitler. Episode 2, Broken Promises. This is Douglas Miller speaking. To win this war, we must do more than defeat the armies and navies of the Axis powers. We have to exterminate the Nazi Party. You can't kill a weed unless you pull out the roots. The Nazis must never again be able to carry on the same vicious kind of propaganda and trade attack they used before this war started. I said trade attack. I mean by that international trade, as the Nazis practice it, is a weapon. A weapon to soften up enemies for the military blitzkrieg that follows. And during the 6-year period leading up to the outbreak of the war in 1939, the Nazis continually tried to sabotage American business in Europe. Here's how the Nazis worked it. Consider, for example, the case of Martin T. Johnson. Johnson represented an American firm that had been importing lard into Germany and other parts of Europe. One day in 1934, he came to my office in Berlin.
Mr. Miller, I'm heartily fed up with the way Nazis treat American businessmen. The word of a Nazi, no better than that of a low-grade racketeer.
Tell me what's the trouble. I'll see what I can do.
The Nazis are permitting us to import lard into Germany only up to a quota of 40%, aren't they?
Yes. In other words, only 40% as much as you used to import.
Sure. And remember when we kicked about getting cut down so low? The Nazis said that every other country was getting the same treatment.
True enough. The Nazis have a commercial treaty with the United States government promising not to discriminate against American businessmen.
What would you say if I told you that the Nazis have deliberately broken that treaty?
Broken the treaty? Well, how do you know that?
Because I've got the goods on it. Here. Take a look at this magazine article.
Let me see. According to the secret treaty, the German Reich has granted Danish exporters the right to... Well, say, what is this?
That's a Danish agricultural magazine. And what you're reading is the text of a secret agreement the Nazis have with Denmark, granting them the right to import lard up to 65% of the quota.
Yes, it's right here in cold print.
Mr. Miller, this is rank discrimination. The Nazis promise us equal treatment, and then sneak off and make a secret agreement on the side. Can't you do something about it?
Well, as commercial attaché of the American Embassy, I can protest to the German Foreign Office. I seem to be forever protesting and getting nowhere.
Could I be present when you make the protest?
Yes, that can be arranged. Good. I'll tell you what we'll do, Mr. Johnson. The following day, Mr. Johnson and I called at the German Foreign Office. We were ushered into the presence of a certain Nazi official.
But I assure you, Herr Miller, this company of Mr. Johnson's is being treated as fairly as those of any other country.
I don't think so, Herr Hoffman. You're only permitting Mr. Johnson to import lard up to 40% of the quota. I happen to know you're letting the Danes import lard up to 65% of the quota. You call that fair treatment?
Nein, Herr Miller. That is preposterous. No such discrimination exists.
Mr. Johnson, show Herr Hoffman that magazine article.
With pleasure. Take a look at this, Herr Hoffman.
But what is it?
It's the text of your secret agreement with Denmark. That's what it is.
A secret treaty with Denmark?
Haven't
you ever seen that treaty before, Herr Hoffman?
Well, now that you mention it, Herr Miller, I have, yeah. In fact, I have a copy right here in my desk.
So you knew right along then. This is the dirtiest piece of underhanded crookedness I've ever seen.
Herr Johnson, I am deeply shocked.
Herr Hoffman, you must understand that Mr. Johnson is thinking of the interests of his American investors.
Yeah, I understand that, but...
Oh, then you admit your government has flagrantly disregarded his promises.
Well, I don't know, but
The point is this, Herr Hoffman. What would you advise us to do now?
I suppose you can submit a protest.
I've already submitted a number of protests, most of which weren't even answered.
Well, that is the only advice I can give you.
I see. Well, then, thank you, Herr Hoffman. Come, Mr. Johnson, I think we'd better run along.
Yes, I suppose so.
Herr Miller, just a moment.
Yes?
You and I have always been friendly, Herr Miller. I hope this little incident will not disturb our personal relationship. After all, you understand that. Well, to understand, I must make a living somehow. Heil Hitler. Come and see me again. Any time I can help you, gentlemen.
Good day, Herr Hoffman.
Well, Mr. Miller, that's that, I guess.
I'm afraid so. I'm sorry I couldn't help you, Mr. Johnson.
No, that's all right. It represents a loss of millions of dollars for my company. But after all, you're not responsible.
There's only one thing to do, Mr. Johnson, and if I were you, I'd do it.
What's that?
Get out of Germany and stay out. You might as well face it. You can't do business with Hitler. And that's what happened to Mr. Johnson. This case is typical of hundreds of others. Sounds unbelievable, doesn't it? But if you want proof, get the September 1940 issue of the Annals of the American Academy of Political and Social Science. Turn to page 51 and read how, because of the Nazis' treacherous tactics, lard exports from America to Germany dropped from 93,000 tons in 1929 to a mere 55 tons by 1937. Remember, when you're dealing with the Nazis, you're dealing with men who will use any gangster method to get the best of you. Blackmail, for instance, a favorite Nazi device. I remember the representative of a soft drink firm who came to my office. Mr. Miller, my firm is having trouble with the Nazi authorities. I'm afraid there are a lot of people in that boat, Mr. Hartman. We were doing fine before Hitler came to power, but we've had nothing but trouble since. Just what kind of trouble are you having? Well, the Nazis have forced German doctors to testify that the soft drink we turn out is injurious to health. And it isn't, of course. Certainly not. We've also had trouble with the police. They demand we tear down some of our buildings. They say they don't measure up to the building code. Well, Mr. Hartman, here's what probably has happened. German soft drink manufacturers no doubt have their representatives in the German Ministry of Economics. This is their way of driving you out and getting all the business for themselves. But it's unfair. Obviously. But you're not in America now, Mr. Hartman. You're in Nazi Germany. But can't anything be done? Well, I'll get in touch with the Nazi party and see. I'm afraid it'll cost you quite a bit of money. And I'm willing to pay quite a bit of money. It's either that or go completely broke. So I contacted the Nazi party. I was told they would take care of Mr. Hartman's case. About a week later...
Mr. Miller, there's a Carl Kenner here to see you.
Kenner? I don't know any Carl Kenner.
He's a member of the Nazi party. All decked out in a beautiful brown uniform and fit to kill. He acts like he's heaven's gift to the entire world.
Oh, I see. Is he a young fellow?
Not over 30. Shall I tell him you're too busy to see him?
On the contrary, send him in, Miss Ford.
Very well, but get ready for a storm, and don't say I didn't warn you. You may go in, Mr. Kenner.
Sergeant Paradise. Ah, Herr Miller, I'm very glad to meet you. I am Karl Kerner, propaganda leader of the province of Saxony. Heil Hitler.
How do you do, Herr Kenner? Won't you be seated?
No, thank you. I prefer to stand. Now, what can I do for you, Herr Miller?
Well, Mr. Hartman, an American friend of mine...
Representative of the American soft drink manufacturers.
How did you know?
The Nazi party has a way of discovering such things, Herr Miller.
I see. Well, Mr. Hartman tells me
that
that
the firm is in trouble. And he is afraid the authorities might drive him out of business, and he wants you to help him, yeah? Yes, that's just about it.
That's precisely it, Herr Miller. Now, I am the man to extricate your friend from his difficulties. That is, if he wants my help.
I'm sure he would welcome your help.
Good. Then here is what he must do. Appoint me a member of his board of directors.
Oh, I see. And what salary would you expect, dear Kenneth?
$800 a month.
$800 a month.
Precisely.
Well, I'll have to consult Mr. Hartman about that. Are you sure you can help him?
Absolutely. I'm already helping 17 other companies who are having similar difficulties. I very much enjoy helping farm firms.
I see. It doesn't pay very much, but you like the work.
What a sense of humor you Americans have.
Yes, haven't we? No. Persecuting foreign firms and then making them pay off to relieve the pressure is...
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a lovely time on your break, and I hope you were enjoying our vintage radio. I'm just chatting with my cast about dates, because, we want to have our makeup dates. And I just have to add...
I thought you're just gonna say because we like dates.
We also like dates. Dates are awesome. I think... it's the December, it's like that first week of December is the last date. If somebody would put that into our call sheet, that would be lovely. And then we're back. When we came back, we come back to our group of agents in the chapel, about ready to sort of go and confer with all of their information. And before we do, I would just like to have a quick question, if you all don't mind. Could I get a couple of rolls from people?
Certainly. Who do you need rolls from, Trooper?
Could I get some rolls from... well, you're going to be in charge of this one, if you don't mind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
What would you like me to roll for whom?
Could I get you... First, let me make my roll, if you don't mind.
All right.
I will roll intelligence. I have a stunt on this one to get a +2.
Oh, that's gross.
Yeah, that's a 5 against the snakes. Could you please
that's
roll your
not
deflection?
Awesome. Oh, sure. Certainly. Yeah. Deflection. Just looking at my stunt. Yeah, no. Okay. Deflection. Ha. Ah.
Okay, so I'm beating you by
Plus
5.
0. Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
I feel like I could roll worse, easily a lot worse. That's not great. Mayhaps I spend a fate point to at least lessen the consequences.
Yeah, you might want to. What would be the justification for that one?
Oh, that would be major goal. Get it together.
Okay. Please take 1 stress.
Okay. Boop.
as
They
they
took a
get
stress.
an advantage on you with 1 free
Uh-huh.
invoke.
Hey, it's better than 2, because that's what it would have been, right? At least
Yeah,
2.
it would have been.
Yeah. Now it's at least 1.
Yeah, you don't have to take any stress because they were just creating an advantage on you first.
Oh, okay. So
Uh,
I can remove that stress?
yeah, take the stress off
Okay.
because they're just taking advantage on you.
Oh, okay.
And it is, they know your weaknesses.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious. Not difficult. It's definitely deflection.
Hey, how's it going over there in the church right now? Is it pleasant?
I mean, it's better now that
So
Regina's here.
far, so good.
Yeah,
nice.
we're just having a couple drinks.
Cool. I'm gonna make another faction action.
Oh, that's lovely.
That's a 1. That's terrible. I'm going
Aw.
to
Against 2.
the snakes.
The snakes. Oh,
I'm gonna-
wonderful.
I'm going to re-roll that.
Oh,
I'm going to spend
you
a
don't
fate
have
point.
to.
No, I am.
You really don't have to.
No, I am.
Oh,
I'm going to spend a
okay.
fate point using their high concept, criminals with a badge,
Oh, gross.
to re-roll that assault.
Maybe you'll roll worse.
Good.
No, you didn't.
Could you please roll security? The
Yes,
snakes.
but they're going against the brothel, right?
Yes, they are.
Oh, but then I can use the stunt, which lets me use assault instead of security
Please
when
do.
protecting the brothel.
Mhm.
So, maybe if I change to the snakes when I roll this. Oh, fair.
They're beating you by 1.
Yeah,
And I am going to
they don't have any more fate points.
spend a fate point, one of mine,
That's really rude.
that their major goal to bleed Paris dry, bringing that to a 5 versus your 3.
Super gross.
Can you soak 3 stress?
Mm.
You can only spend 1 stress box.
Oh no, I only have 1 and a 2 in the stress boxes.
Aha! So what kind of consequences do you have open?
The 2 slot.
So I would recommend maybe soaking that 1 and then taking a 2 consequence.
Yeah, I guess that would be. I'm just seeing if there's any, aspects that could help here. Just.
You'd have to spend a fate
Look.
point.
The snakes don't have any more fate points though. Have to be a group fate point because my delivery from Uncle isn't here yet. It's on the way. Because that could have possibly helped out. And I already used my cocaine or heroin. I'm sorry. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna have to soak it because I don't have any more fate points for the snakes, and I don't want to spend our group fate points.
Yep. Spend
so.
1 resources and please take the consequence. Busted up club.
Actually, no, I don't have that mild slot open. I have the 6. I don't want to do that. Can I spend a group fate point to reduce that, y'all?
Using what
Okay.
aspect?
Absolutely.
Oh, I feel like we could definitely use the aspect. Can we use the weekly faction threat? That's an aspect, right?
Increasing needs with decreasing resources?
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, I feel like I want to use that
Um,
because I feel like that's relevant here.
so, while you
So
are
it's only by
1,
1 then.
So
I can
you
take
can
that
soak
stress.
it. Yeah, in stress. Faction stress, resources.
Yes.
So that means resources were spent. Let's say probably maybe a little bit of a bribe. But as you are in the chapel, you as a group chatting with each other, you are about to speak. Somewhere across town, late that night, Saturday night, men had been wandering about the city in clubs and brothels, asking questions here or there. People had been watching the brothel that Madame Cobra now is in ownership of. Who comes in, who comes out, how many guards, how many not. And today, while you are in the chapel, a squad of men come into the brothel. It's not open yet, but they force it open. They knock some things over. They ask some questions. And Oh, would you like that fate point back? I'm asking because you spent 2 fate points, right, for some Nazi gold?
Yes, I did.
Yes, you did. And I'm going to just place that, right, as an aspect for you with 2 free invokes, because you spent those fate points on them, which is, Nazi gold.
Mm-hmm.
And if you wanted to, you could use that, one of those free invokes instead, if you wanted.
Oh, one of those free invokes instead of taking any stress.
No, instead of taking one from the group fate point.
Oh, instead of taking one. Yeah, let's do that. Let's give the group their fate point back.
All right.
We use them. And we'll use,
One of those Nazi golds?
Old fate points spent. Yeah.
All right.
That was an old fate point spent.
And so these men come into your brothel. You'll find out later, knocking some things over. And
Rude.
Giselle hands them one of these bars of gold. And they leave your brothel unmolested. Continue.
Wait, are those the ones we paid fate points for?
She spent 2 extra. So you had
extra,
6 total.
Because I wasn't there when y'all were spending your group ones.
Yep.
I watched the episode and was like, Trooper, could I have spent mine as well? And he said yes.
For 2 extra.
Gotcha.
It's like, absolutely.
I spent the 2 extras. So there were 6 bars. Now there's 5 bars.
Mm-hmm. Please continue on. As the French Gestapo have taken interest in your brothel.
It's an awesome brothel. So,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Need to speak with the Duke.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people afraid that needs to talk.
They did say that they will be back.
Oh, I'm sure they did.
Okay, time to move that gold.
Go on. It is you all in the cathedral with the candlestick. With the.
Did I ever get that guy's name, Trooper?
Which guy?
Oh, yes, I did. That's
You
right.
did.
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
yeah.
I got. Well, no. This is somebody I'm about to tell you about. So.
Oh, okay.
So,
one thing that Pritam does mention. Wait, does Pritam know of that girl is Luke's girlfriend?
Yes, because you heard him talking about it, right? You didn't know from her, but you heard from in the group that you'd heard that there was this woman, Scarlet. But you
but I knew that the name was Scarlet, and it was
okay. You didn't know the name, but you knew that he had a girlfriend, and
right,
yeah.
And that she had red hair. I think we knew that much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that was all the details. So I would I have been able to make that connection?
I believe you did, because I think you're like, oh, I think that's right. And if not, I'm sure they'll mention her name, and then you'll know immediately.
Yes, yeah. So I don't know if then I'll wait until someone mentions her then.
Regina, is everything all right?
In Nazi-occupied France, so no. But I did meet with Luke.
Oh.
He will be busy from this point forward.
Oh, you gave him the papers?
Yes, and a few other assignments. The flower shop is also undergoing renovations for the next month. We need to stay under radar for a while. We're drawing some attention to ourselves. So
right,
y'all know
my flowers elsewhere.
I put us in recovery from the consequence we were sitting in. So that that meant the flower shop has to go under some renovations.
Which is giving you cover when you guys go off to Germany. People won't be wondering why you're not there.
Why the flower shop's not open?
That's
basically,
fair.
It's just a cover for now and to keep the shop
be open in 1 month. Also, it's the dead of winter, so that kind of makes sense. Low inventory. Yeah. Things will start to bloom again sooner
in spring,
February. Yeah, the bulbs will start to go first, and then you'll get. Anyways, planter. Shut up now.
I learned quite a lot about Luke's girlfriend, more than probably I wanted. I don't trust her.
How does she look like again?
Oh, based on Luke's description?
I mean...
She's absolutely perfect, don't you know? Red hair, quaint, girl next door kind.
Oh.
would she be going around as someone new in town?
You did know she was a college student. You did know that, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah.
She is a college student. She studies botany. At least that's what she has told him. And she goes by, her true name is Menon.
Rossi.
I may have met her.
Oh, is she as wonderful as he says she is?
I don't know about that, but she's as deceitful as we think she is.
I agree.
She's not a botany student. She's not a student at all. I'm not quite sure why she's in the college, but I know what a student is like.
A very, very
You're saying
knowing,
that she is a plant?
a very knowing grin crosses Regina's face, knowing that she was right. Luke's not there to see it, but Regina knows she was right. Do not fret. I have put Luke on a special mission to follow her for a while and figure out what is actually going on. Maybe I can knock the love glasses from his face.
And if you need more busy work for him to do, let me know. I can come up with plenty.
Poor chap, heartbreak at such a young age.
Oh, he'll be fine.
He'll be fine.
This is not the kind of woman he wants. She's a bit too perfect, if you know what I mean.
Mm.
Her story is very, very clean.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the ones you have to look out for.
Agreed. But that is not our biggest problem. I sent some of the working women out to scout something that I found in some of the photos I took. Elias, if you remember me telling you, took me to a new location. Another off-site headquarters of the SS. While I was there, I was able to snap a few photos, and in one of them I caught a gentleman I have not seen in many, many years. He had a particular interest in being the best assassin, that is. He and I share a craft, I guess you could say. And I gesture to, like, a gun. He used to go under a name known as the Peregrine. The cleaners only found a few photos. To the average eye, they would not mean much, but I know these photos. I believe he is tracking, stalking, and preparing to kill Stoopnoggle.
Oh, yeah.
If Stoopnoggle
Yes. General
Stoopnoggle dies, we have nothing standing between the SS rising to power in this city.
That is not good.
Not good indeed.
Somebody here is having lunch with Stoopnoggle.
I could have lunch with Stoopnoggle whenever I like, pretty much, as long as his schedule permitting. He is paying for my stay here, so I too would like him to be alive.
Keep him under close watch, I guess you should say.
Somewhere in the city,
all of
the SS is
I
sending
feel like
out
you could spend
information.
a fate point for the German military administration there, Trooper.
Oh, I
I
won't.
feel like you could.
Yeah, but I'm not.
How rude.
So the SS is able to get intel, really good data on the German military administration, beating them by 4. Just noting it. Go on.
I would
Yes, if
say
we could make his schedule perhaps a bit more unpredictable, with some lunches here and there.
The photographs were of all of his public appearances. I know he tends to be a man of the public, but they are putting him at great risk. I'm not exactly sure how to tell him this.
Trooper, have I heard of the Peregrine?
I was going to ask the same thing.
You would not have, because you do not hang out in those kinds of circles, but Oscar,
you're not with the cool kids.
Oscar, you could roll a discover action.
No, I know some people who murder people.
Yeah, he's not a criminal.
Okay.
I mean, he's not a criminal, like a civilian.
We could always phrase it as someone passed me a note, and I did not know who it was, and I could pass it along to him, and that could be the way we inform him that his life is on the line.
Greg, can I get a discover action from you?
what kind of discover action do you want? Because if this is a military type thing, I would argue that I could use shoot or fight. If this was something that took place during like an op, I would know him by reputation or something of that nature.
What skill you use will determine what kind of info you get. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you use shoot, you'll get that kind of information about him. If you use academics, you get a different kind of information. So it depends on what kind of info you want.
Okay, yeah. Well, my best skill for this is going to be shoot, so I'm going to give it a try here.
Good old college try.
A fair, you need a 3. You need to beat a 3.
I'm going to re-roll that because that is...
Yeah, that was not a good roll for you.
What aspect will you use? And
show must go on.
Spend that fate point.
There we go.
You may ask me one question.
Can I know his operational MO? When he's ready to make a kill, does he have a favored position, a favored tactic, is he known for, the sunset shot or something of that nature?
That is a great question. As you ask that question, I'm just going to sort of give an advantage to the SS, by the way. And that advantage is, with 2 free invokes, is going to be, we know everything about Stupnagel. Just in case you wanted to know what that is. Just they know it. They just know everything about Stupnagel right now, like his schedule and all that. With 2 free invokes.
Yeah. Time to change his schedule.
So yes, the Peregrine, he is SS, and he's not a person who is. You were
now. He's SS now.
He was SS then as well.
Oh, he was, even though he was working in German intelligence.
He was not working. He was having a bet with German intelligence. He was upset that German intelligence had somebody that was like taking kills that he wanted. So there was like an interagency
Gotcha.
interagency rivalry going on there.
Okay.
So the name because this is the Peregrine is an SS operative, one of your sort of like special operatives, similar to you, but he's just an assassin, right? You do a lot of like investigation, undercover work, sort of long work. You have not seen the Peregrine personally. You don't know many people who have. You've heard about him. What you've heard about him is that he is utterly forgettable. Nobody really remembers, he's not a person who's particularly striking.
The ideal.
Yeah, he's like, from somebody once said that he kind of looked like a bureaucrat, like sort of nobody special. But people talked about him because he was considered one of the best, right, SS assassins. Highly secretive in terms of people don't really know. There are people who do know, but like he's not a person that you would see around a lot. You have never met him. Everybody who has met him sort of describes him as being somebody who's not even memorable. But what you do know about him, there are a couple of things. One, that he is highly trusted, highly respected. As far as you know, he has got... he's gotten in at very, very high levels. Like he's up there, much like you or Jaeger. Not Jaeger no longer, because now Jaeger has a desk job. He didn't, but now he does. You were people that were brought in for very special and very secret missions. The kind of people who had plausible deniability. You were slightly off books in certain ways when you're like doing your thing. Like, it's something that's very, very secret. And as far as you know, from what you've heard about him, he tends to use his forgettability to his advantage, right? He's one of these kind of people who will he mixes things up. He's not only, he doesn't necessarily only shoot, but what he does do, like he will sometimes, he's the kind of person who will like walk up to you while he's like pass you by while walking down the street and then just shoot you and just keep walking. You know what I mean? Like he's that kind of person who will, or like you've heard of that. You've also heard these maybe poisoned people before. Sort of like maybe one rumor had it that he was like
silent kills.
Yeah, that he disguised himself as a waiter, put cyanide in somebody's drink, and then sort of like left. If you want to like to imagine the you know how the KGB has got those agents that have been killing people recently, like by putting polonium. Right, like when they were sitting in the park, he's that kind of a guy. He's the kind of guy that's a silent killer who walks in and walks out, and you don't even realize he's killed somebody until like after he's already gone. And that he mixes things up, but generally speaking, it tends to be something where people feel safe, right? Like they're walking on the street but doesn't seem dangerous, or they're having dinner, or they're at work. One of the things you know about his MO is he tends to place himself on the scene not as like a sniper in a nest or something like that, something flashy like a car bomb, but more like just somebody who kind of just like slips in, drops it, and then slips back out again. He tends to not have collateral damage. He tends to be gone before anybody noticed that the murder happened. So he tends to be something very, very subtle, and you're going to have to watch out in terms of MO for casualness, like those casual moments, like when people are like a very, very high alert, dangerous things, that's probably not where he's going to be walking. He's going to be walking where like there's like a banquet or there's a parade that has like all the security everywhere, like in those places where people are feeling.
He's a crowd killer, right?
Yeah,
that's what they call them.
Yeah,
people that wait to blend in with everything in their scenery.
Yep,
their camouflage is average, mundane, and okay.
Yeah.
That's all. That's all Oscar needs to know.
Mm-hmm. That is correct. That is what you know about him, and he's in the upper echelon, right? There's like a cadre of special SS agents. You were one before you died. Died. Jaeger was one until he for some inexplicable reason decided
he was sort of one.
Well, I mean, he wasn't as like good as you all, but he was like in there. He got the job. He wasn't the best, but for some reason he gave up that job and became the head of the Gestapo in Paris, where he doesn't get to do all the things he has done before, and he's sort of tied to a place. And the Peregrine is also one, but rather than a troubleshooter, an undercover agent, just an assassin, really.
Like the fox, right?
Yeah,
sort of like.
Yes, actually, yes, like the Arctic fox. She was also an assassin, like a spy hunter. She was like a spy hunter assassin, and he's just like, who do you need me to kill? Got it. Like he's a high value target assassin, is what he is.
Regina will look when she kind of realizes maybe Oscar has figured it out, knows who he is. She'll nod. Yes, a rather perfect man for the job, I'd say.
I guess we'll see.
My bigger fear is that we will be too late. He's been doing research for quite a while, from what I can tell.
Yeah. You have a photograph of this person? Could I study the face?
Possibly. It's a bit blurry, and he is easily forgettable, one might say, but I do have a photo back at the bunker.
Try to examine it.
Regina lights up a cigarette. Who cares about this church? This is just a meeting location. It's all formality. She lights up a cigarette. And she says, I hesitate to reach back out to German intelligence. They are struggling right now. But I feel they could and would be appreciative of such information. At one point, we had convinced them we were working for them. Maybe we can do it again.
There's an easier way to take care of Stupnagel.
Oh.
We tried to kill him ourselves. Once we fail, see what took him to ground.
So
a fake killing or an attempt?
No, a fake attempt. As soon as they realize that his life is in danger, they will put him to ground. They will change his schedule. They will, in all likelihood, put him on military base and not allow him off. It will make the Peregrine's deal much more difficult.
So let me get this straight. We are trying to protect
someone we were trying to kill before?
Oh, no, we have had, at least to my knowledge, no interest in killing Soupnoggle. He's a important balancing chip at the moment. But we are going to at least fake it. That's not a bad idea. Scare him before the assassin actually gets to him. My fear is if they take him underground, Peregrine will find a way to him. He's well known for that kind of thing, work his way in.
That
So the
case,
thing about
do we have
him
to
is-
take out the Peregrine?
You can't. You will not be able to find him until he makes his move. But you must remember that this man is still alive. He has gone after these high-value targets, but he has always remained safe. He has not been caught. To my knowledge, he has not been hurt. If he is faced with entering into a secure military facility, he will be, or should be, hesitant.
Especially
Should
if
is
they
the
know
operative word.
who did the attempt on his life.
I was thinking that as well. This may be an opportunity to set the SS up. If we use a German-registered weapon, maybe we could make the SS look guilty. German intelligence could use the step up and a way for them to assure that the SS is not as worthy as they think they are for running the city.
Quick question. Has forensics or any form of forensics come out yet?
It's not very good.
Okay.
It's not very good.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Fingerprinting, I think
Really?
they have at this point in time.
Yeah, so I
Mhm.
I would imagine as a doctor and,
Yeah.
and also just someone trained, I could fake fingerprints.
I'm going to just note faking things is a little bit easier at this point in time because forensics is not so great. I will note a couple of things. If they put him on a secure military base, that might mean pulling him from Paris.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Right, they're gonna move him. Okay. Let's think about this. Wonder how valuable he actually is to the SS. Probably pretty, considering the fact they had him at a desk for Pete's sake. And he's been here for a while without our knowledge.
And as for that MO question, Greg, you know that he's patient, right? He sort of studies, like he sort of sits in a space as far as you know that like
He's
goes-
still alive. So
Yeah.
he's probably I want to I want to flip the script on him because then he'll have to start all over if he's
patient. He's a very patient
I can
person.
throw a wrench into his schedule a bit. Stumpnagels, that
But
is.
at least slow him. I have another thought, though it's not an ideal one.
What has
Oh.
been ideal for us lately?
That is also true.
I guess you could say Jaeger has a direct interest in me, well, doing what I do best. So, I wonder if we couldn't convince Jaeger to let me hunt.
Noggle.
Yes.
It's
No,
highly
no,
risky.
no. To hunt the Peregrine. He has
Sounds like
direct
something Jaeger
access to
would
him.
like.
If I was given the appropriate information, then Oscar would know that the Peregrine has a very high up in Berlin.
And I mean, the Peregrine does not do things without. Let me put it this way: if what Regina is saying is true, and you would know this, that the Peregrine has been sent to kill Stumpnagel, that order did not come from
Jaeger, right?
Jaeger or Knochen, right? The Peregrine does not come here without people in Berlin knowing.
I think what
if he was to allow you to do this, it would be in direct contrast to everything he knows is going on in Berlin.
Have
This
to really
is-
sell it to his basal killer instinct.
That shouldn't be hard. Him and his wife are pretty shallow. You have to
Elias is-
understand, the Peregrine and I have a history. He doesn't know it, of course, but we do.
Elias is shallow, but he's not suicidal. This is the thing. He may, if he is so far gone. But I argue that if Elias is so far gone as to allow you to hunt a Berlin operative, Elias is better served exactly where he is. Imbalanced on the seat of power here in Paris.
I'm just saying I don't think he would turn me down. Peregrine and I were in a bit of a head-to-head competition, I guess you could say. He knew me then as the White Stag. But, that was what we decided on, right, Trooper?
Mm-hmm. No, the Ghost Stag.
The Ghost Stag, that's what it was. They knew me as the
Nice.
Ghost Stag. He thought I was a man, no doubt, working for German military. Some of that is true. He had a count for count going. It was his goal to have more kills than the Ghost Stag. He failed on a pretty regular basis. Surprise. But, I say all of that because I imagine at least Jaeger would know why I would choose him as a target. But if we think it's better to do it the other way, I completely understand. But taking Stoopnagel out of Paris could also be and do exactly what we did not want originally. Without him here, the German intelligence is...
Rolling very poorly in the odds.
I need to do the math on this one right now. They've got 5 stress boxes. That is currently a 3 versus 1. They get a +2 for their stunt, which is a 5 versus 1, so they're beating them by 4. And they can add 6 to that, which is a 10. They cannot take them out, but they can put a severe consequence. I just would like you to know that at this point in time, there is the Nazi SS is currently beating 3, 4, 5 plus 6 is 11. They're beating the German military administration by 10.
Holy shit.
Not great for the German military intelligence.
There's
Military
nothing we
administration.
can do for Stoopnagel at this point.
They cannot
There's
take
gonna be
them out.
so many things on them.
They cannot take them out with this. That is not enough. I would like to ask you a question.
Certainly.
The SS, by the way, has spent quite a bit of their mojo to do this.
I bet they have.
They're beating them by 10.
Mm-hmm.
My question for you is, would you like to spend any advantages or fate points to reduce that? And I say this because you do have some.
Oh.
Freda, I think that's a good idea because if Stoopnagel goes down, it's really, it's not great.
The things that you have on them. Oops, that's not what I want. You have, you have a free invoke from one of the SS's consequences, which is that they believe that their Wannsee conference is safe, so they're pretty secure in their vibe at the moment. And that is one free invoke you have, if you like. Is there anything else that you have? Right now, I'm just letting you know that's where you're at. There is an undermine going on right now.
Yeah. And Dr. Knochen's not in town. So, I know he has a consequence on him with some invokes.
Which is?
Well, he thinks that I'm in his pocket and that therefore I wouldn't go stirring up any trouble and that he doesn't need to look into other things in Paris that might warrant his attention. Like my husband.
I just want to know if you want to do anything at this moment to help the German military administration. Before I
have a question.
Yes, please.
I don't want to bleed meta into this because as players and then as characters, do we have an idea of what's going on as characters, or is this just something that we're kind of?
This is a conversation you're having right now. You're having this conversation about how he's there and he's been.
Frida's heard a bit more about Stoopnagel, I think, because he's the one sponsoring her.
So
Regina doesn't know Stoopnagel.
In this conversation,
but we know that
the
SS.
Yeah.
we know the SS is destabilizing military intelligence to an extreme degree.
Military administration.
The
The
military
whole thing,
administration.
yeah.
We know their goal is to get them
yeah.
out
Yes.
of Paris.
Yes. You know that that's their goal. You know that that is their goal, and you're having the conversation about how they have an assassin here in town.
And I think
has been
even
here for a
Freda
bit.
knows that that Stroopnagel isn't about the let's murder everyone and round up everyone and send them off. She knows that much. So she's like, he's against what the SS wants to do, their main goal. And he is holding them back from doing so. If he goes down, things get a lot worse for the citizenry in Paris. She knows that much.
And that's the conversation you're having right now. And so this is why I'm allowing you this moment to, if you have any things you want to do. I will let you know that this will not take out. They have not built up enough.
It doesn't help us as much as it helps the citizens of Paris, which does help us, but a lot more people die.
Right. Tactically, though, this is the way that Greg looks at it and Oscar would look at it. They're doing the British's work, the Allies' work for us. They are literally destabilizing the military machine. Our play is to contact Falstaff and say, now's the time. If you've got anything that you can throw at them, they will not be able to respond. They will not. The SS isn't prepared for any of this. They're not prepared for a ground conflict. I'm not saying like full mass movements.
We're not prepared for ground conflict either. Is the
no,
thing.
I'm saying if he has other cells, if he has other people that might have something just because he never tells us, if he has something just about ready to tip against the military or against, now's the time. Cripple them as much as we possibly can.
It would be you all.
That's Oscar.
You all have.
We are that cell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's us. We don't have anything except
Yes, you do.
bombs.
No, you have because you can assault people with undermine or assault. 'Cause as a matter of fact, one of the reasons why the SS is not doing as well is because KP undermined the heck out of them.
We undermined it.
In his solo.
Oh, we also did a pretty good number on them when we rescued me. We haven't knocked them down enough rungs, though. Obvious, apparently.
So as you're here, it's being sort of brought out, right? That Frida's like, yeah, he's opposing, right, some of these things, and that's right. So you've got this sort of picture at this moment where
Frida will bring it up from a citizen's perspective. Like, it'll be a lot worse for the people's daily lives here if ESS take control. A lot more Jewish people will die, a lot more minorities will die, because Stulpnagel's stopping that to the best of his ability.
Our ideal situation here is to try to keep the status quo as much as we can and keep them fighting each other, right? We don't want one taking out the other, but we want them to keep destabilizing one another to the point where they're looking at each other instead of anything else.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then here's what my suggestion would be. Perhaps go on your hunt, Regina, but impress upon Elias that he must come with you. If there's a way, if there was a way to make it look as if Elias is hunting the peregrine, then this would be in direct conflict with both military and Berlin. If you wanted to destabilize everyone, if you want to keep the SS tilted as much as military command, then cut off their head.
Question. I know Elias likes to murder, but does he have a particular flavor?
Oh.
It's always women, right?
Yeah. And he said you could kill you want. That's allowed. By the way, I'm just letting you know, because this assault is still underway. The SS has used up all of its readiness for this part of the moment. And they currently have 2 consequences out of 3. They have their 6 open, but their 4 and their 2 is currently filled up.
Awesome. Are we allowed to take faction actions at this particular moment?
Oh, yes.
Yes. We could attack the SS.
Because right now you're having your conference. You're having a faction conference right about now.
Okay.
I'm just wanting to know if you want me to be able to.
We could try to undermine them a little bit.
Oh, if we make it known that they are trying to, somehow there could be a leak that they are trying to send Peregrine after Stulpnagel. That would be very bad off of them.
That's why I was. That's I think what Regina was saying. We should tell German intelligence. We should slip it to German intelligence.
I'm going to spend my last fate point to increase their attack that they just did.
That's really rude.
So they're now.
But they don't have any points to
fate
points to
points,
defend
that is
with,
correct.
so we could attack them.
They're now at. They're beating by 12.
Jesus.
I say we
can't stop that.
We can't stop that, but we can also attack the SS.
But I will tell you
with
this:
some undermine.
they've got the
propaganda.
military administration's got a 5 readiness box, and a 6, and they've got consequences, which means they can soak, but they will be
some of it.
Yeah, it will.
But they
we
won't be
could
taken
help.
out.
We could help.
Yeah.
That's a
I
lot of
say-
capital to burn on we're bailing water at that point. I say we make a hole in the SS ship.
That's what I'm saying. I think we roll an undermine against the SS.
And Freda will get lunch with Stroopnagel. Like, she can go to immediately throw a wrench in the schedule, possibly. Just a personal.
I mean, you're living in the SS building. Maybe you heard something.
Huh? Yeah.
Well, you all are living in the German military administration
Yeah, we're living.
hotel.
That's true.
I mean, we are hanging out with SS in SS buildings, like the what?
Leixner is SS.
Freda could also just play dumb and be like, I don't know who said this, but I heard a rumor. Oh, just a poor housewife.
Trooper,
Yeah.
who would the canisters have originally belonged to?
That would have been the German military, because
Ah,
her dad
see.
did not work for the SS. He worked
Right,
for the
right.
German military, and from his diaries that she
Right.
read, she knows that the SS tried to recruit him to
Right.
do some other stuff, and he was like, no, I'm busy working for the army making chemical weapons. I'm not doing that.
okay. So as we've established, these canisters would have already been registered, tagged, all that stuff, probably reported stolen or missing. If or Siggy did it well enough where they're supposed to be on a shelf somewhere in military so and so.
You know that they were wanted because
We do know that.
because not Carlotta, that's her actual name.
Yeah. What's her face that Regina shot in the back of the flower shop that chopped up into little pieces and set on because
Yeah.
and then dumped
Colette.
in the alley.
Because Colette is
Colette.
like,
Yes.
we need to know who stole those.
So
She's
I
like,
knew how she died. I
Yes.
forgot her name.
she's like, one of your missions is to find out who stole that canister of stuff and get it back if possible, because that's a problem that it's missing. So you know that military intelligence knows that stuff is missing. How widespread known it is, you don't know.
Okay. So again, even if it's reported as stolen, the actual thieves
We
could
could plant
easily
one on SS, is what you're saying?
you plant one on you plant shit. You plant one with the military and you open another one in the hotel.
So it looks like SS is trying to attack German intelligence, which would buy your story against that they're going to try to kill Stoopnagel.
It would preemptively have the military attack SS, even though they didn't do that, but almost as a retaliatory, hey, you were going after Stoopnagel, well, we're going to gas all your people. And kind of like, again, I'm thinking with what we have and who we want to place blame with. And
How do they get SS from that since it's military intelligence's canisters?
because we want SS to think military intelligence did it. We want SS to think we want SS to think the military did it because the military caught wind that the SS was trying to kill Stoopnagel. So this was a preemptive bit of so-and-so that they already used these canisters were stolen.
Okay, interesting.
ours.
I was gonna suggest that we make it look like SS plants it on German intelligence.
That's
to
what I
use
was.
their
That's
weapon
what I
against
was
them.
thinking too, to make it look like
Yeah, so that
SS
they
stole
think
the
SS stole the
canisters.
canisters
and then
they're
used it.
using it and then used it back against military.
Because that would be
intelligence.
an attack against SS
I was thinking
more.
the same thing, but we don't want the SS to attack the military again. They've got them on the ropes when it comes
I
to
don't
Paris.
think they can though. They don't have
The readiness.
the readiness right now. They literally can't. So like you were saying, they're weak
and
at the
military
moment.
intelligence.
Right. Do we want to frame
has a lot of
military
slots
or the SS?
filled.
The
We wanna
SS
frame
can't
SS.
defend. Right.
Yeah. Can the military intelligence attack though? Is the question, because they are.
I don't think it matters
all
as long as we
sorted
keep
up.
Stoopnagel safe.
Okay.
The entire point, right, is to back up the fact that they're trying to kill, that SS is attempting attacks against military intelligence, which they already know, and that Stoopnagel's life is now in danger.
I'm going to assume you're not going to do anything to stop that undermine going on, so I'm going to just...
No, I think that's what we're talking about, troopers. Like,
I think
we're
you're going
going
to do a
to
counterattack, right?
undermine.
You want to do a counterattack rather than do anything with this SS strike at the moment, yes? Because I feel like
We can't undermine the strike?
No, you can spend fate points using aspects to make that strike less effective, but it sounded like you wanted to actually let that strike go through and then come in and go after the SS as it's weakened.
As an attack itself.
Yeah, my vote is our capital is much better spent attacking than it is trying to
I think you're
augment
right.
the military.
I
That
think we
we've
just
spent
have to
so
let
much
them do
trying-
what they
SS
were
a
going to
lot.
do. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have to
'cause if we can-
we have to let them do what they were going to do and then try to attack.
Well, I don't know if this was
Please.
this was already
Yeah.
discussed, but could we tell the SS that to prevent them from attacking, that the German military planted something there, that if they were to attack or continue this attack, that they would then, let it go, like basically let this bomb off.
I think
on
it was
them.
only one canister of gas, by the way.
I thought it was 2.
Oh, I thought it was 2.
I
It was
thought,
2. It was 2.
I thought it
Two
was
canisters, I guess.
one. Yes?
It was 2.
When KP opened the safe, there was 2.
There were 2
There were
canisters.
definitely 2. So, I mean, we don't even have to place it. We could just release the serial number on the canisters, which would then match up to their records of the ones that were missing. You wouldn't even have to let it go. They wouldn't need to know where it is actually at. But the fact that we have the serial number, we have the records related to it, that would make them paranoid and put them on the ropes.
Y'all, we might actually be able to do both. Help
Help
the military
intelligence
soak
and-
some of that, like bring it
and hit
down
the
and
SS
make an attack against the SS.
Yes.
Okay, I have a proposition. Can we do something that makes the military and their current strength necessary for Paris? And by that, I mean the SS can't, they're not enforcers. They're not street level enforcers. They're not, they might go out and drag people away and stuff like that. But when it comes to police action type stuff,
Right.
that's the military.
Mhm.
What if we take one of the canisters and just I hate this. I'm going to say it. I hate this, but I'm going to say it. We wait for a big night where there's a lot of Nazis. And we set off a canister and brick tops.
Might cause a lot of collateral damage, though.
I mean, it's not ours anymore, is it?
It's
One
true.
of that responsibility.
All of a sudden, and there's questions. This is German property. This is German tagged equipment. If we got a very cautious assassin out there and who's playing chess, and if all of a sudden we come up to the board and give it a nice good shake, he's going to stop what he's doing and wait for the pieces to be set back up again. So,
Or at least he's going to have to.
or he'll completely break character and then we've got him.
Right.
Because he'll do something stupid and sloppy that he's not accustomed to doing.
For the record, I will let you know that at this point you do not know what they are, but that's the wrong one. The German military administration has a severe and a mild consequence.
Okay.
With
Severe
a
consequence.
with a free invoke
actually,
on both.
I kind of like that idea that we make an attack against them. Wait, can we do that via undermining?
Yeah, you can attack via undermine. Undermining does not usually involve shooting people. That's usually assault.
Assault.
But undermining,
But we could undermine them by, say, setting off this gas bomb inside of a busy night at Bricktops. I think that's a really great idea. And it assures that like we're far enough away because none of us have anything to do with Bricktops.
Right. And both sides, military and SS, step back and say, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
Who did this? Did they do that? I didn't do this. Did you do that? They must have done it. And then
they'll probably blame each other too for it. Right? Like, they stole the gas canisters.
It's stolen. Yeah.
But they attacked themselves. Very strange.
They've been planning this for months. Right. What else have they been planning?
I say we try to undermine the SS by planting one of the canisters of gas. I think that's a brilliant idea.
Agreed.
Yep. I don't think we can actually help military intelligence at the moment with the attacks that has been made against them by SS, but we can definitely...
severe consequence isn't Stroopnagel's dead, because that would be a severe consequence.
I need to take them out, and then I'll...
Okay. And then, the military...
Okay.
I imagine that Stroopnagel's death would be taking them off the board altogether.
Okay.
No, because you've killed people's heads.
I was going to say,
and the organization's still there.
Also,
I guess
my severe consequences are the fact that Tango's gone and the fact that Sigmund's gone and the snakes.
Yeah.
I guess in my mind, Stroopnagel's a bit more important because with him gone, it...
No. With him gone...
With him gone,
if
SS takes over.
If I take them out, what will happen is that Stroopnagel will be dead, military administration in France is going to go down a level, and the SS is going to be able to put who they want to be in charge of the military.
To be in charge.
Somebody who's a lot more pliable.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm with Greg on this one. I think that's a really smart idea. Attacking Bricktops is a smart move, and it keeps it off of us.
Agreed.
Friends, I can hear. I'll be right back, but talking murder like this makes me thirsty. I need some more wine.
And I would like to note that this whole conversation that you're having right now is basically happening as this group is together in this chapel, right?
Yeah.
There's like this Latin mass in the background, and you hear like
we're talking about bombing a place with a biological weapon.
Yes, and there's like
you told me it was safe.
Like you can hear like a choir going as you all are sort of like pondering this, and as you are talking across the city, the Peregrine has been making moves, undermining moves. You know, things like getting pieces in play.
Decorations for the holidays.
Absolutely.
Shopping.
Absolutely. And has been very... Now, I will note this was an undermine, not an assault, which means the Peregrine has undermined the military administration in France in ways that will make them very vulnerable once they're ready to actually make their attack.
Well, I said we make an undermine against the SS because they can't fight back right now.
That's technically true. They don't... I mean, they do have a 6. They have a 6 consequence lot.
We can make an undermine against the SS. And, with the canister, and maybe
we got fate points.
We can also spread some rumors, perhaps, about the Falcon too.
Yeah, we got fate points to spend. I mean, I conceded to the whole Nicoletta. The least I can do is put it towards this. Okay, should I hit the button?
First, let me. You're in the chapel still. Give me a second. You're in the chapel. I want to know, because I want us to put ourselves right in that moment when you're talking about this canister of, and you know, I believe the only person who really knows what this is Regina and has not shared. What is in that canister?
Oh, well, nobody asked.
Don't need to know. We just need to know that it's going to work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, nobody asked.
Would you like to make a chemistry discover action?
From who?
Dearest chemist Regina.
I mean, I know what's in it.
How about the effect of putting that off in a club?
That's a good point.
I mean, I imagine everybody in it's going to die.
Yeah. And maybe more than just people. Yeah. Ask me
That's
a question.
Why I was like collateral damage.
Ask me a question. That's enough to get you one question.
Maybe how big the spread is. Like if it's more than just the club, if it's the block, the city block or something. So we can just throw it in the SS headquarters.
Okay, how about this? This is a better question. Because we know it's going to be an explosion. We know there will be collateral damage. We know it may affect other people outside of the club.
It won't explode.
It won't explode. Yeah, we're looking at like a fog of death.
Yeah.
That's going to be creeping out of Bricktop.
So then to the question, what is the radius for dissipation on this chemical?
I think that's a great question.
Yeah. This.
Maybe I got my dad's notes. He made this shit.
He did.
He did.
Maybe I can get a little extra
for the notes.
So this is. Do you want to spend a fate point? If you spend a fate point using those notes as the justification, you will get 2 questions or a question and a boost.
Thoughts, y'all?
Could we use the boost to rig once the knowledge is gleaned, can we use the boost to rig
for the undermine attack?
The yield. No, to keep the yield contained within Bricktops by using such things as
or we
chaining
could
the
choose
doors.
a different location as well. Like that's the option too, depending, because if the radius is 5 city blocks, there's probably no way to contain it, or we probably want to use that somewhere else.
Well, okay, so let's start. Answer the first question. What is the dissipation radius?
So, this dissipates quickly, right? So it doesn't last for a super long time, depending. If it gets into water, then it's bad, right? If it can contaminate water supplies, and if it does, this is not good. Would be the.
But in air, it's going to probably just go out the window and dissipate.
It'll spread very widely, but it will sort of sink. It'll sink. It evaporates quickly. You know this about it. It evaporates quickly, but it is super deadly while it's there. But you also don't want it to get into water or food supplies, because then it will. If it doesn't get into water and food supplies, it will dissipate quickly. It'll kill a whole bunch of people. It'll spread, kill a lot of people, really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
What's the radius, though? You still haven't answered that question.
Yeah, that Bricktops is small. It'll leak out of Bricktops unless you're able to seal that off.
That's
like if it was an open field, how big would it be?
Ooh, with that canister, you'd get you'll get football field size probably.
Yeah, I was gonna say 100 yards.
But if we lock the windows and doors,
that's a lot of effort.
That's also a lot. That's a lot more active than
the cool thing is Bricktops doesn't have any windows because it was an old theater.
Right.
Remember,
That's right.
Things blacked out and sealed.
There's only the front door, the back door, and the roof.
back door. Yep, and the roof you can't get to unless you climb that.
And they won't be able to.
Nope.
Okay, so that makes it easier. So essentially, you'd have to seal the front.
Yeah, I mean, somebody's got to place it anyways, right? We'll send somebody in, we'll place it, and then we lock the doors in and out.
And that's easy enough. So.
Yeah, and for people who are Regina, they don't know this yet because these people are used to things like mustard gas, right? Chemical weapons. This is not a chemical weapon.
I'll say
this.
This.
Is a nerve agent, which
I
has
will
just been
absolutely use one of Regina's fate points, the one she got from Nicoletta earlier, and use that to make that a 5 so that we can get the boost for the undermine attack on this.
Yeah, that is fair. So the question is, are you going to explain what this is to them?
To who?
To the group. What this thing in the canister is.
Does anybody ask? Great. Nope.
Okay.
Oscar does not. Yeah.
Being the only other person that has chemical knowledge of some sort, I think he might be curious as to, just because he kind of wants to know what the effects of it would be. I think Preetham would try to ask, so I have some background and I kind of understand based off of some training of the various forms of weaponry that can be employed. This one I've not seen before. What is the effects? How does it work?
Well, you would not have seen this before. Period. It is a top secret project under the SS to create a
army.
Army. I'm sorry, under the military intelligence to create a mass chemical weapon, one that Well, kills in mass.
Can I get a
Right.
discover action from Pritam using chemistry?
Okay. Wrong page. There we go. And then I don't think I have good chemistry, or do I?
This
Wait,
will
where
be
did it
hard.
go? Where is it? Wait, hold up.
It would be
It's
under science.
science. It's sciences.
Oh, just any form of science. Okay.
Yeah, but
okay.
yeah.
Never mind.
Because this is basically developed by Regina's dad and various other scientists that worked for IG
Yeah, I don't
Farben.
reveal that.
Yeah. And but it is not a chemical agent. This is not a chemical agent. This is
All right.
a
It's
new form of weapon.
Of warfare is what it is. It's many months ago, long before you made it to the city, we did see it being shipped in containers, trains, into and out of the city. They've been experimenting on the people of Paris and the surrounding areas, taking them to small, I hesitate to call them hospitals, for testing. From what we can tell, it eats away at the physical form and the internal form. It decomposes the body.
Oh. That's not good.
But effective.
Are we
Nobody
sure
inside of Bricktops will survive.
And are we sure everybody inside of Bricktops deserves to die?
Of course not.
What's that?
Of course not. There will be innocent people that will die.
What makes us different from them then?
To be fair, nothing.
I will note that Tango was able to survive. He had a very light dosage.
Yeah, he got it on his skin.
He had a bit of a whiff, right? But it was bad. And interestingly enough, because this is the next step of the nerve agent. The weapon that we're talking about, for those of you who are interested, is not sarin gas, because that wasn't developed in 38. This is the next one from that team, Sonam, which isn't officially developed until 44, but Dad was working on it. And if you survive, mental effects are actually sort of noted, which our Tango did actually exhibit quite a few of them, right? Depression, antisocial thoughts, bad dreams, restlessness. And that's, if you survive, you have, at least a half a year of negative mental side effects from that exposure. Which explains some of Tango's behavior, actually. So this is like a...
Does Pritam know about Bricktops being taken?
I don't think he's ever known Bricktops.
Yeah,
Frida,
I don't
Frida
have
barely knows.
Yeah. I don't
I
think...
guess you could say our original headquarters was Bricktops. It was absconded, taken from us by the SS, right?
Technically, that's... you were
It was,
considered...
what's her name?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's technically the city... I mean, you all were considered traitors and also dead, so it was confiscated by the German military administration. But clearly that was prompted
it
by...
was taken from us by the Germans and gifted to a woman. She runs her own form of a brothel, I guess you could say. A particular personal enemy of a woman who used to be part of the cell. Sylvie wanted the tavern to be a place, or the bar to be a place for those that didn't have anywhere. She wanted it to be a place for Germans. It was part of us, our original covers, dying, going away.
My question still stands. How does letting off this bomb, this gas,
in an enclosed space with innocent people just to get a couple Nazis, make us different from them.
I ask myself that question every day. And I don't have an answer for you, Pritam. What I do know is that the city at the moment cannot fall to the SS. We have an opportunity, and I believe we should take it. If we feel Bricktops is not the place, then we should find somewhere else. If
Absolutely
you feel
agree.
that you cannot do this job.
I just want to make sure we have asked ourselves we have considered all alternatives before making this decision.
A lot of innocent people die in war. And the enemy is ruthless. You have to be ruthless in return sometimes. Otherwise, you will be overwhelmed.
This is the plight. Yeah.
No, I was just going to. Sorry.
You go.
I was just going to say, I think he just kind of goes silent. Yeah, this is something very heavy.
I just want to point out that these canisters of gas were the result of taking a fate point on behalf. That was our Pritam took a fate point for these canisters, which means these canisters are causing you trouble, and they are, and I appreciate that.
Oscar would go over to the good prince. This is against everything that you stand for, everything that you've learned, everything that you have done to this point. And this is not something that I or anyone in here would ask you to partake in lightly. I do not wish you to think that it is something that I flippantly suggest, that I callously believe is the only option available to us. I am open to any suggestions that could do what we need to do to keep the military and the SS fighting one another. But when we are small and they are mighty, these are the tactics of those that they call terrorists, those that are guerrilla warfare fighters, ones that do not have the technology or the might to stand up against a formal war machine. They must use what they have.
And I understand that. But sometimes the threat carries more weight than the action itself. Knowing that we have this, knowing that someone, not us, someone has this and is willing to set it off is far more compelling, in my opinion, than if we did set this off and all we then do is bring the entire German might upon us. This is not some prickle of using a needle. We are literally punching the gut of Germany and telling them we have weapons of mass destruction that can bring down and topple their entire empire if they do not come at us with everything that they've got.
But they do have those weapons. And they are coming down on us right now with all that they've got. Pritam, you have not seen what they are doing behind closed doors. The kinds of experiments they run on people. The way they attach them with needles and wires. They let people starve to death so that they can experiment on them like rats. Using this gas. I will not tell you that I do this lightly, but I will tell you that I do it with great pride. To watch them suffer by their own weapon.
Oscar raises a hand towards Regina and turns back to Pritam and smiles. There is the prince's, and a tear slips from Oscar's eye. You are a good man. And he looks back at Regina. He's right. It's fear. The fear is what we need. we can drop it into an infantry tank's water supply. But before they have a chance to drink from it, we let them find it. And scrawled on the tank is, there are 7 more.
Find the SS.
I would like to.
So to reiterate, that is not an. That's not an undermine. So if we're gonna make an attack on them, we have to make an attack on them.
It's an undermine attack, though, right? And undermine attacks can be a lot of things. Undermine attacks are subtle, right? So like assault's usually a bit more in your face, but
So
undermine.
planting a canister and then that's a.
So it would be military intelligence because we're trying to undermine the SS.
The SS,
we can't sign
yes.
it the SS. We have to sign it German intelligence.
But
That
it-
they
yeah, it-
have.
Right, it would still be the same thing though. Them finding the canister after the fact, or before something happens, or in the process of something happening, and then still having that. Well, who the hell's is this? What is this? Who did this? Who possibly put this where it was put? But it's that old trick you do in high school where you take 4 pigs into the high school and you paint 1, 2, 4 on the pigs and let them loose, and they run in, they find 1, 2, and 4, and they spend 8 hours trying to find 3. That's what
kind of a high school experience?
I know what you're talking about, though. I mean, it's a misdirection, is what it is.
I would like to. I would like to add just a bit of background that Regina knows and may or may not share, and that's in her father's diary. That her father was working, sort of accidentally discovered nerve agents, right, when working in pesticides, and was doing that. And as you read in his diary, the thing that basically started causing him to fall apart in the end, and also his good friend the doctor, is that they knew the SS, the Nazis knew that your father was a brilliant chemist, and they were recruiting chemists, and they reached out to him. They said, "We would like you," and this was in 1939, so just 2 years ago. They said, "We would like you to come and see what we're working on as a chemist." And so they invited him to come to a hospital, a children's hospital, a secret children's hospital. And in that hospital, they had set up a shower room, and they brought in all of these children who were mentally and physically disabled, and they gassed them with carbon monoxide, and then they watched them die. And they showed Regina's father as he sat watching these children gassed to death with carbon monoxide. But they didn't have the ratios right, so these children died slowly and in great agony trying to get out of this room. They thought they were going in for a shower, but instead they were murdered with carbon monoxide. And they turned to Regina's father and they said, "We are clearly not efficient enough in our killing. We want you to help us do something brilliant to help us work it out." And he said, "Absolutely not. I have to work with the military." And so he did not accept that offer. But he and Josh's character then started making inquiries about where this was happening. And that was that list that Regina found, which was the list of a number of hospitals where they were euthanizing children and old people in great, great secrecy that they found to be not useful to the German state. Coming out of, it was sort of the headquarters was in Tiergartenstrasse, where they were, it was the German euthanasia program that is, the Holocaust has not yet happened, it's 1941, but that was
It's the start.
It's the start.
So that story's written in her father's journal.
Yeah.
Okay. Regina says,
I just want to say, I fucking hate Nazis.
Yeah.
Fuck Nazis. Yeah.
And they're like, people who are not strong and healthy, they should just die, right? And so this was...
I hate Nazis.
Yeah, and this is what Regina's father saw. And he went and he got the list of all the different children's hospitals and old folks' homes where they were secretly just murdering people with gas, experimenting, trying to figure out... And they were able to do that because Josh's character... was an engineer and did a lot of the buildings for these things. He didn't know what he was building. And then he found out what he was building, which is why he's messed up. And Regina gave that list to London. But she knows what they were doing, but just with carbon monoxide. They didn't yet have great chemical weapons yet.
Regina goes into whatever bag she's carrying, her purse or whatever, and she pulls out her father's journal. And she drops it on the floor at Pritam's feet. Actually, no, she'll open it up to the story, to that date, and kind of slides it across the floor, open to Pritam. And she says to the group, I will go with whatever you feel is right. But it is my job to assure that we fight a war. Not that we trick the Nazis and the military intelligence into believing that the other is out to get them. They already know that. If you would like to attack Bricktops, I will support. If you would prefer to douse their water, I'm okay with this as well. But first, I suggest you read that, and then make your decision. And I'd like the book back, please. It seems that Mass is over, and I have sins to repent for. I had to pick up the flowers I walked in with.
Do you go to confession?
Yes. I mean, look, I'm here to, like, totally do the thing, right? Like, that's the whole point, is to play the part.
Frida will go over to Pritam and say, I'll read it to you if you like. He
Because it's
can't
in
read
German.
German.
Yes, in German.
I was like, wait, I can read, and then I'm like, oh, it's in German.
And it's also, I really need to teach you German.
And Frida, as you read this out loud, the diary itself
French
is...
or English, whichever he prefers.
The diary itself is odd in its way. Every entry seems to start the same way, with what he ate for breakfast, and it's always the same thing. And then what he did at work.
Nothing wrong with that. Someone who eats the same thing for breakfast.
No, but there's just something very like, I woke up at this time, I had this food, 2 pieces of toast, this.
Meticulous.
Right? Very meticulous, and all the
Yes.
writing is perfect in that sort of script.
Yes.
And it's all very, and then of course there's this bit at the bottom with how many days it's been since he has spoken to Regina, or heard or seen her. It has been like 5 months and 3 days since I've heard from her. It's just this little thing on the bottom, and it's just very it's very businesslike. It's sort of like a diary of like what you would do. Like at work I did this. And
It's
this and
a
this.
German diary.
Yes, it is. It is a German diary.
I don't. She's German.
Yes.
She's like, there's nothing wrong with this. This is just basically a diary.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then
This is the diary of a non-art student.
yes.
Yeah.
And when you get to that moment, he describes what happens, and
It's very just factual.
it's very factual, and then there's a break in the text where it starts describing their faces, these children's faces, and then it gets back to factualness, and then the diary is not really the same after that. It becomes a bit obsessive about finding where and when each one of these things, and it becomes obsessed with science, right? That science, knowledge is the answer, and that knowledge is the only important thing. And then it becomes the knowledge of trying to find out where these things are. And there is this sort of strange, because this is the diary of somebody who's making nerve agents, right? But like his thing is different, right? It is different than this thing. It is not the same. And like it becomes this strange obsession with being like what he's doing is different. It's not the same because it's military applications. It's not the same. But this is different. And it becomes a strange, and as you can see, the writing becomes to deteriorate, and it starts becoming just strangely obsessed with these weird details, and the numbers of how long it's been since he's spoken to Regina start becoming inconsistent. It seems like he repeats numbers, and the numbers become unclear. And he seems to be upset with Regina for not calling. It was yesterday, but it's clearly been at least a year. Like there is like it is becoming.
He's losing his sanity. It's
yes, and just in the middle of moments there near the end of this diary, it's little things like, this morning I had 2 pieces of toast. I had eggs. I had some meat. And the faces, I still see their faces. And then I went to work. Like, just these sort of moments just start creeping into what is otherwise a very factual and everyday sort of diary. And then there are these questions to Regina. Well, Regina, what would you do with this? Do you think that I should make the compound stronger? And then it becomes very clear that if he doesn't come up with new work, they're going to commandeer him for these other things that he doesn't want to do. And so he becomes obsessed with making a better nerve agent so that he doesn't have to do this other thing. And he keeps asking Regina what she thinks he should do. But this is just in his diary, and she's not in contact with him, it seems. And you see his mind just breaking and retreating into science, as if science detached from people will save him somehow. And he's often angry at Regina for not calling or for not being there, because how can he do his work if he doesn't have her to ask questions of? And he has to go to parties, and he doesn't like going to parties by himself. He hates talking to people. And of course their faces, their eyes. And where are you? And it's just, you can tell this thing becomes, it's haunting him. The death of children. And then he says, the smell, they cremated them. They were so proud. And then it just becomes this, they're not even good chemists, right? It becomes this thing where he's like, well, they're not good at their job. They don't know what they're doing. This is brutal. These people are all, they don't even have real degrees. These are all like failed chemists that they're just bringing in. And it's this whole, he starts ranting about how the Nazis are just bringing in people who aren't even qualified to do this, who are hacks, and he could do a better job, but he wouldn't because he's doing other, like, it just becomes this sort of spiral of a mental collapse that keeps coming back to the children. And then little things like, I remember, Regina, do you remember when you were that age? Right? Like, he's having a conversation with Regina in a diary that she's never going to read. And it's disjointed, but so different from the beginning. At least not while he's alive. At least not while he's alive. But it's not like the beginning, where it was all very regimented and serious. It just becomes this collapse. And how much do you read?
Probably until the prince stops her.
I think like, especially when it starts feeling like he's becoming repetitive, because it seems like he's forgetting that he already kind of wrote something like this before, or mixing up dates. He kind of just holds Frida's hand and just got. It's not like like a painful grip, but it is a firm grip, and you just see his eyes are down, but there are droplets of water, of tears falling that you see coming down.
Reaches out, takes she doesn't want to drop the book, so she'll take the hand that he's grabbed and then just handkerchief. Just offer him a handkerchief.
He just holds it.
You notice the name Holgar Leixner.
On the handkerchief?
In the book.
Oh. What? Oh, that's the guy that they took the name.
That's her initial husband.
Fiance.
Yeah.
As in, like, it's just his initials in there?
No, his name is in there.
As in what way? Like, just randomly, or
in part of a diary entry?
That's right. You are Frida. You're Frida. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can choose to say it to Preetham or not.
Yeah, she'll read it. He's kind of asked her to stop, but she'll read it.
It's a lovely day. It's a pleasant day. And of course, Regina's gone. She's left. Holgar's here, angry that she stood him up at the altar. Which was, of course, my fault. He says that he will make her pay. He knows things. That woman, Nicoletta, told him things, gave her photographs. I don't know why she gave it to him.
She's seen the photographs. She knows exactly. Yep.
I don't know if you've seen these photographs.
Oh, the lewd ones?
Of Regina?
Yes, because Regina slaps him down on the
You saw the lewd photographs of Nicoletta.
Oh, of
Yeah.
Nicoletta. No, not of Nicoletta.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I imagine she's like, they're probably very similar photos. Yeah.
and he says that he will destroy her. Did I tell you what I had for breakfast today? Regina, are you coming back? We have work to do. Your room is a mess. It has to be cleaned. I invited him, Holgar. You know, I don't like him. You shouldn't have agreed to marry him, although I shouldn't have told you that you should have. I invited him to my lab, in the estate, to have a discussion, really, about what we could do. He threatened everyone. I gave him cake. And then he started vomiting and seizing up. Yes, it works quite well, I think. There was such a strange look on his face as he could no longer breathe. His nerves tensing, strange twitching on his face. This, I suppose, is what it looks like if we use this on soldiers.
There's a point where she just glances up at Oscar and then glances back down at the book. Like, yeah, he's gonna make her pay, all right? Uh-huh. Yeah, that didn't work out well for him, did it?
I suppose I shouldn't tell her. I don't think she'd like it. What do you think, dear?
No.
Do you think she would be disappointed in me? I imagine my father might be pleased for once. You know, he screamed so much. Regina, he screamed. Regina, how do you think that I can make this work quicker? Do you think that if I increased the potency, I could maybe... It's having a hard time being stable. What do you think? And there are these questions, these sort of detailed chemistry questions to Regina about how to make this more effective.
Oh, chemistry, no idea. Skim.
Well, don't worry. You won't have to marry him. You know I've always loved to garden. Do you think this will affect the plants? The chemicals? Well, that's an experiment. I should study this. We'll bury him in the garden and see how this impacts the food. I hope it doesn't. Well, we'll just have to see. Because science is for science. It's for science. It's for science. It's for science.
Stop.
She didn't read that out loud.
Okay,
She read that one. That was to hers. Because you asked her to stop, so she did. She saw Holgar, and she's like, well, I'm going to keep reading.
Okay. You were just reading it internally.
Internally, yeah. She stopped reading that out loud, but she's like, oh, that's interesting.
Gotcha.
And by the end, the handwriting is barely legible.
Well, you have to undermine the SS. More so than the SS is undermining German military, and I don't think they're ready, but the SS needs to be undermined at this time. There we put the canister.
If you think this is the right choice, then it's the right choice.
And the description of that man dying was not pleasant.
No. She's glad she didn't read it aloud, and she's also glad the prince can't read German yet. She's gonna work with him, but you know.
Oh, the day he can read German, and if he ever gets the chance to reread this diary,
I don't think that chance will ever come.
Well, don't never say never.
I said I don't think. I didn't say definitely won't.
Look, there were like little chemistry diagrams in there, and
Yeah, she's like, science, and don't know that.
yeah.
They're already at each other's throats. Where we put it to implicate SS the most. It's already stolen. Military intelligence knows this. And the SS can deny it all we want, but if we plant it in such a way that it is very believable, they won't be able to refute it easily, or no one will believe them.
Oh. So gardening, huh?
I have another idea, but I'm not there. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's kind of the best of both worlds, but it's...
Oh, it's just meta. You could, you know. Come on.
I mean, it is technically New Year's coming up.
Yes, it is.
And instead of letting the gas go off, it can be put into liquid, you said. What if we poison their drinks that they're toasting with?
Ooh.
For New Year's. So maybe not everybody dies, but a lot of people might.
But mainly the people who are either Nazi sympathizers or
right, it
are
won't be
Nazi.
the people working at the bar. It'll be Nazis or their dates or but instead of just setting it off to kill all the innocents.
New Year's Eve parties would have been announced, or New Year's Day would be
New Year's Day, and we could do, because I'd like the idea of contaminating something, and that might not kill quite as many people, but still do the attack and do exactly
and
what
have
we
the
wanted it to
canister
do.
be found on an SS person or in an SS property.
Right, or maybe we leave the note from SS when we, the tank of wine or the barrel of wine or whatever. It's gonna
instructions,
be. Yeah, because I like Greg's plan of like leaving the note behind, and I definitely see Preachum's like innocent people will die.
And if it hits the water source, that's bad.
Yeah.
If it hits any kind of larger water source, you're in big trouble.
But if we contaminate a single barrel of wine, we can still implement, we can still do the same plan without potentially killing quite as many. Just the people that would be toasting, which are going to be the Germans.
And then also we probably should make sure that that barrel gets disposed of properly.
I imagine they will when they track it down and see that it's been contaminated. They're not going to just...
Now, if you had an SS person with it on him who was dead... And if that canister were leaky, so it doesn't get a whole bunch of people, maybe a little bit of people, that's probably going to come in and be right.
That's a good undermine. Have the SS
like I
person
said,
with the stolen military intelligence property with a
but we would want military intelligence with it on them, because the goal is to convince SS that military intelligence is... No, I'm sorry, other way around.
No,
you're right. You're right.
We want to implicate the SS. We're undermining the SS. Because the SS is undermining military.
You're right. So we would, it would be on an SS person. Yeah.
Cool.
And
I mean,
Oscar knows lots of SS people because he works for the SS.
How convenient.
So really, what you would need is if you could get that canister on someone who is then found dead, right? And you make sure that the German military finds that body.
No, I thought my suggestion was to put it into something.
Depends on how many people you want to kill.
Yeah, if you want to...
because if we don't want to kill a lot of people, we can have it be a leaky canister that they had on them that they were bringing to an event, maybe with instructions to kill General Stulpnagel, and then have military intelligence find it.
What I think we could do both. Have the person have it contaminated, but then have the person found with the canister. So
that was my thought. Yeah, so that it ties the two together. But and maybe they fucked up, right? And they ended up.
That would be as soon as they find. Right. Yeah. As soon as they find out what it is, it's super easy to fuck it up. So it's just like, I'll just pour this in here because I'm an idiot.
Yeah. And if we're lucky, Elias and his beautiful wife will be there.
That means it'll be a party with a lot of people, including civilians.
Yes, but like I
party
said,
that we're invited to is what I'm. It's that's a party we're
so we
invited
don't.
to.
So don't drink the wine.
I have an awful idea. You want to hear my awful idea?
I'm ready for it.
Yes.
You know that the SS is going to have. We're hitting SS people, correct?
Yes.
We're not hitting
We are
military.
hitting-
Okay.
We're framing the SS and hitting SS if we can.
Okay. So
We'll probably
my
don't
point
want
have
to
to
kill
frame
the
them.
SS because they wouldn't kill themselves. But
Yeah.
right, if
No,
you
We're
can,
undermining the SS.
Yeah.
if we want to put this in like as contained as possible, and we want to do New Year's Eve, it was tradition for military units, and I'm assuming this would spread out to SS headquarters
because
and
they're
stuff like that.
want to be military, right? They're like
Yes,
Right,
They are
yeah.
want to be military.
They are provided with alcohol for holidays,
Mhm.
and so all you, I mean, it's a, like a military tradition in many, you know. So we just contaminate the one that's going to SSHQ. Anybody that gets that, it's contained to SSHQ. Everybody that's like, you know, happy 1942 or whatever it is, gulp, gulp, dead.
But that will not implicate SS. It'll make it look
That
like
will implicate SS.
the military
we have to place a
military attack them.
intelligence.
We have to, so we have to choose a location they'll be at, which I think is why we chose Bricktops, right? Because the military intelligence would be at Bricktops. But I mean, we could hit them. We could hit military intelligence, but my fear would be stoop noggle and drink it.
To be clear, I don't care where we hit.
Technically, if we wanted to get real crazy, we can forge a canister and just put some residue in it and then stick it on a dead guy.
You could.
That is a.
Regina's interested in killing Germans. So you have to understand. She's
I
going
want
to
to
go
kill
for
some
the one
people.
where people will die.
That would give us a canister later that's no longer stolen with a bunch of gas.
If fear works, but Greg and Oscar believe that fear plus a lot of death causes like everybody to say, "What the fuck is going on?"
It's panic. We want panic. We want panic.
Right.
And if we kill some German civilians in doing it, panic.
It'll also be French civilians, right? So I will note that you have two options. You have an option one where you don't kill people, right? And the option two where but you cause so dismay and panic and implicate the SS. And there's the option where you do kill people, and so
Tom doesn't want casualties, and that's
unnecessary.
And we're like,
unnecessary casualty.
So you can do either one. That is up to you.
So I'm saying if it's our undermine action, we can find a party where there's like 25 German people that, you know, officers and whatnot. And we can, this is our thing.
Mid-tier party.
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah. It's middle management. We're going for middle management because that, if middle management goes, anybody that's worked in a corporate structure knows that the uppity ups don't do shit.
So what we could do, we can do a little bit of killing two birds with one stone. We have one of those parties, but we have Freda intercept General Stoopnagel from attending said party, plant it on an SS person who's at that party with instructions to kill General, make sure General Stoopnagel is contaminated. That way they're given the heads up in the seriousness, but it kills them and it undermines the SS, makes the SS look real bad again.
Again, Trooper did mention that if there is a plot to uncover Stoopnagel's death, and it looks like he just evaded it, he could be pulled out of the city.
No, that's different. There's but I said that if there was like a big attack, just a general assassination attempt, that might be like pulled out. But if
there's a note that says make sure Stoopnagel gets it, I mean that's gonna
and the SS is implicated, that's different, right? Because then all of a sudden he might be like, oh no, I'm not going anywhere. This is the problem. Like, you know, like if it's a general assassination attempt, then they might pull him. But if it's like
when we were talking about preemptively trying to assassinate him as a general assassination attempt, but if we can frame the SS solidly for it, he might be like, well, we got to do something about the SS.
Yeah.
And the SS has already done this, by the way.
Regina's leaving it to y'all at this point. I think they're all good ideas, and if our casualties are low, doing it by planting a single person, then maybe that's what we should do.
Would you like to have would you like to follow that plan where you target a party that Stoopnagel will be, you have Frida just pull him aside beforehand to have a conversation with him, and some people at that party die.
Well, especially if it's before the New Year's Day, New Year's Eve, there's a bunch of parties leading up to it, so it wouldn't be a big deal if he missed one, because she hasn't met with him yet, and she said she wanted to, so she suddenly said, hey, I really need to discuss with you tonight, blah, blah, blah. He just wouldn't go to that party, but it would be assumed that he was, and then it would be like,
it'd be like a last minute change of plans.
So
Adjustment
like
of his
it.
schedule last
Yeah.
minute. Yeah.
so that would kill some Nazis, implicate the SS,
Mm-hmm.
make it serious because people are like, what? It'll make them look real bad because there have been stolen gas canisters. You cannot hide this
Yes.
one. So the question is, would you like to make that undermine attack?
I think that's a solid undermine plan.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
And this will be our last thing before we go, if we shall.
Okay, here we go,
Yep.
y'all.
Can I just say I appreciate
We have a
y'all
boost.
so much.
We do have a
and
boost. Yes.
Oh,
That
we
was
got
such a
a
fun
Oh,
lot
that
of
was
stuff.
such a shitty roll,
That's
y'all.
a really bad roll.
No, wait. Oh, yeah, it is a shit roll.
That is a
Just
really
kidding.
bad
Yeah, we
roll.
can re-roll that. We should re-roll that.
re-roll that.
Yeah.
What is your undermine?
A 3.
Oh, very nice. Yeah. Before you
Yeah.
re-roll it, let me roll their security. And now, of course, you can always wait until next session when I refresh my fate points, but you may want to do it just now.
No, the
we
whole
have to
point
do
was
it
to
now.
do it today.
They
Yeah,
roll
see
a
what I mean?
6 in their security.
They rolled a critical success. That
Yes, they
was
did.
4.
Yep.
Yeah, they did.
I
Rolled
have
a
no
critical
fate points.
Success. Okay, well, we can look, I will give my final fate point to reroll
I will.
that
I will give
business.
Yeah.
all the fate points.
I think.
All right,
I think
y'all
that
hang on
needs
to
be
yours to-
re-rolled.
We
No,
do have a-
wait. Before we spend all our stuff, do we want to re-roll or do we just want to add 2 to
I
this? Because
think it can.
Trooper can't beat us if we just get to 6. We get above it.
Yeah.
If you get above
wanna get-
6, that will be very bad for the
think-
SS.
I think we want to re-roll and then dump a ton of shit on top of it
Yeah,
because that's
yeah.
a really shitty roll.
We have
Let me-
enough though, right? We have enough.
Yeah,
to
we have
re-roll
enough. Oh,
and
we've
do
got
Oh,
so
yeah.
Hang on to
much.
your personal
Yeah.
ones.
Mhm.
I'll spend it to reroll.
Using which?
Okay.
Using
that's-
which?
I would
aspect?
say that we're playing both sides. That is literally what we're doing.
Yes,
That
that
is
is
what we're
correct.
doing.
Trevor, you can
It's
only
playing both
use
sides.
each aspect once in this roll. That justifies
Okay.
the reroll. Now,
Okay, so
they're beating
that
you by
puts us at a
3.
3.
Mhm.
We have group fate points, or
Mhm.
remember, we get to refresh y'all
Mhm.
ours. So
Oh yes. Freda will use some fate points because she's intercepting General Stulpnagel for this party.
What's the aspect?
Oh, the aspect.
Mhm.
Subtle social manipulator.
Yes.
Nice.
Absolutely.
Good
Is that a
call.
personal or a group?
That'll be a personal.
All
For
right.
sure.
so that's a 5.
You're at 5. If you can beat them,
I
by
think
7.
I can use a second one too. Because she's a subtle social manipulator,
Yes.
but she's also famous, so that gives him double reason to not go to this party because
That is correct. That is
Wants
correct.
to
Can
look at
I-
him.
You're at a
Can I
7.
try something?
Please.
Can I try something?
Yes.
Okay. Considering I have become the doctor for all of these military
Yes.
and SS personnel,
Mm.
can I suggest to all of the SS personnel
Mhm.
that rest and relaxation is also necessary and absolutely necessary for military readiness
Celebrate
and
during
combat
party,
readiness?
Holidays, yeah.
And so I
Let
encourage
loose.
them to
Mhm.
take the holidays and mention that,
Mhm.
hey, I do believe you should be getting some sort of a free, some sort of an event. I heard you guys have an event.
Absolutely.
And therefore, I, as your doctor, suggest highly that you go and enjoy.
And what
your
is that
time.
aspect that you'll be using your fate
That
point
w-
on?
That would be my SOE trained Oxford doctor.
Yep. You're at a 9. Spin that fate point.
Wait, I thought we were at 7.
Now
Oh,
you're at a
you're
9.
right.
7, and now we're at
him.
9.
That's right. That's
Yep.
right. That's
Yes.
right.
Now you're at a 9.
I can math.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's only 3. You got anything you want to add there, Greg?
You need 2
Oh,
more.
I certainly do.
Please.
Yes.
We need 2 more.
We need more than 2. We can do more than 2.
Well, you need
Let's
4
crush
more,
the
right? 2 more
SS
fate
event.
points. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got both
we
of them. Here we go.
need More than that
Um,
too. Let's crush
so,
them. Destroy them.
What Oscar is going to add to all this is the SS body that's going to be found with the canister.
Oh.
Remember that asshole from my solo episode that popped out and was about ready to stop me?
Mhm.
And then I basically scared him and he went back
Mhm.
into the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to kill him.
Yes.
And I am
Uh-huh.
going to,
You plant his body.
yeah, because he's middle management.
Yes, he is.
And
yes, he is.
I wanted to, I don't
Oh,
like that guy
okay.
anyway. And so,
And what's your aspect for that murder?
oh, this one?
Hmm.
You don't burn the barn.
No, that is
And
true.
so-
Mhm. 11.
And so as he's choking this guy out, he's just going to be thinking, I think I'll put you where the sun cannot shine, somewhere not even the starlight meets. Some place to stop it, some place where What was I did? I'm
Did
gonna put you in an alley. And that's so gross. I can't believe I did that. So he takes him over to an alley and plants him with the canister. And the canister is planted, and I will use my second fate point to make it look as if he is perfectly laid out. And he was trying to get away. I'm going to leave a car if I can.
Yeah.
Some type of vehicle that he was getting into.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the show must go on, because this is a bit of theater.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
We're really great at this
And
theatrical.
What about
bullshit.
Regina? Do you have a fate point you'd like to give?
I spent the last fate point I had to
re-roll.
To re-roll.
But that's a boost.
Yes.
You can get the.
But we do
yes,
have the boost.
Yes, you
Let's
do.
spin that boost.
Yes.
We'll spin the boost, and we'll do it. What does Regina have? I mean, y'all.
I mean, you are a chemist.
I am a chemist, but that's not one of my aspects.
It's true.
We are.
I mean, y'all, we just spent like 45 minutes plotting this. I see all the angles.
Yes.
You do.
I
Yes, you do.
imagine that
Yes,
after
you do.
confession, they came to me with
Yep.
this. They ran it over, and I was like, this angle, that angle, we got to have this just perfect. And then we get the boost, which puts us now at 15?
Yes,
14?
it does. And so,
And I feel like we can add another one onto that.
Oh, you
We
don't
still have
need
a few
to.
group fate points. But,
You don't.
But why wouldn't we?
because they cannot
do
soak
extra damage
anymore.
to them.
Like,
They can't soak anymore.
yeah.
We'll be
Can't soak
taking them
anymore.
out.
And their
We took their
consequences are
consequence.
full.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes. And
Well,
so,
then that's beautiful. Yeah.
Today is a good day.
as we end this episode for today, because we've got some hard outs, you have gone to church and discussed using weapons of mass destruction on
And
people.
drank. And smoked.
And drank and smoked in church.
And read a journal about children dying.
And read a journal that belonged to Regina's father. And after all of that, you leave that evening. Sunday night, you know there are parties. There is murder.
Weekend. Oh, perfect.
There is pulling aside the general. There is making sure that the middle management SS go to this party and drink liberally. There is, I imagine, Regina helping to spike this in the most effective way so that it doesn't spread everywhere, but kill a bunch of people who are at this Nazi party. This sort of be like an SS unit party. Like, oh, we're so excited. Like, oh, right.
Certain German military people would have been invited
Yes.
too.
Yeah, exactly. Because you have to make your rounds, right? I imagine the Struppnagel will be like,
of
oh, I'm
course.
making my rounds.
And I'm like, just kidding.
And then there is a note, perhaps forged by Luke. He's been doing lots of forgeries for you. And
Don't work.
Yeah, he doesn't get to not work anymore.
nope. And all of this is going to have very, very bad repercussions for the SS, who will be taken out in this conflict because they set themselves up to kill Struppnagel, but they could not finish the job. They were waiting. They're going to wait a couple days. They do not have those couple days at the moment. And we will find out exactly what happens next session. Oh, they're taken out, but you will all learn about it Sunday night.
Yeah.
With the general, I imagine, right?
Yeah,
because I
Kratos
imagine
gonna be with the general when he
Yes.
gets the news, probably. And she's like,
Yes.
And I'm going to be on a date with
I know
Nicoletta,
exactly
aren't I?
how that feels.
No, that's Monday night. This will be
Yeah.
tonight. So I imagine we'll start back Sunday night,
Tonight.
and I imagine actually all of you all could be hanging out with the general, because I imagine you would have pulled him aside when you find out.
At least Freda.
Yeah.
But everyone else can be where they want. Freda's job was to get.
My friends, the SS have been undermined very badly, and this will not allow. This will make it very hard for them to kill Struppnagel right now. Thanks. Which is good. And with that, we're going to end this episode. I want those finger titles. Ooh, my friends, so brilliant. Might I have each of you say who you are, where we can find you next, and give some love to the next to somebody else in the table, and then just, you can let me know your characters. Does anybody need to make a will roll for that gassing of people. And I'm going to assume that you are all not actually at that party, so you don't see what happens to those people. Nope. Yep, good. Let's start with Greg. Greg, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and then just tell me how is Oscar feeling about utilizing this weapon of mass destruction? Like maybe you're fine. I don't know. Tell me.
Greg, Grimjack 21502. I throw a little love around. My love is always for this table. Every chair is filled with somebody that I admire and respect and love spending a Friday evening with. But for tonight, I am giving the laurel to you, my friend, for whenever you recited the diary. That was some primo shit. And I was engrossed in your descent into madness and a banter with a ghost daughter. That was good.
Dot has some
shit.
actual pages of that diary.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, then kudos to both of you, one for the delivery and one to the writer who never gets credit.
No, I wrote it, but I just gave it to her. I was like, here, have these.
It's
Enjoy them.
all in Trooper. I just read it.
I was like,
Okay.
be traumatized. Does
Fantastic stuff.
Oscar need to make a will roll?
Not at all. Oscar, and again, I don't want Oscar to come across as bad, but we have Oscar of the past 10 years is not the Oscar that we see right now.
Yes.
And he has, I've been saying this all the time. Oscar's been a murderer for 10 years. I mean, he's every bit as bad as Elias Yeager in a lot of respects, but he was brought back by Jeanette and the members of Bricktop's Brigade. And that's where he is. And so when kind of brought back to this kind of barbaric attack, this awful use of this terrible weapon, it really doesn't, I will absolutely take those roles when I think that it affects Oscar, but this is war, and it's not something that hurts him.
And I will ask you when to take those roles, because that's the thing. Like, if this is not going to shock your character, then it will not. Do you know what I mean? And that's an important, like, when you don't take the role is just as important as when you do.
Right. And everybody, I will actually be over at Unmade Gaming tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern to go back to the 80s that never was, in Tales from the Loop, my hometown of, not hometown, but my homemade uptown of Garrett, Maryland, where our friends are rushing to save, some great RPers and some very dear friends are rushing to save none other than Optimus Prime. So it's great, and I can't wait to get back with them all tomorrow. But I'd love to absolutely everybody here, and I can't wait to sit at table with you again.
Dot, you're next. Who are you? Where can we find you next? Give some love, and does your character need to make a will roll?
No to the will roll. We'll just get that out.
Just asking. Sorry. Just
I'm
asking.
making notes, so I don't forget things. I'm Dot. You can find me online as Little Red Dot. Most of the time I'm over on Kobold Press, but, you know, if you want to find me in other places, I got a pretty swanky podcast that's coming back for season 3 called Stitch of Fate. Check it out.
It's very good.
My baby.
Award-winning.
It's my baby. And it is award-winning. And we just dropped some merch, some vampire merch. You know, if you thought you needed a mask with fangs on it, well, oh boy.
Yes.
Have I got news for you? So yeah. My love tonight actually is going to go to our dear doctor.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
For always being the voice of, like, moral reason in a group that is, like, slowly losing theirs in this war. Because, you know, Regina knows some things that she doesn't openly share, and to get her to the point of handing you her father's journal, I think is a really... even though that was not a tactic, like that wasn't really your end goal. It shared something. It allowed my character to share something with the group that I don't think they knew. But it adds wonderful storytelling conflict when somebody's like, but is this actually, like, are losing innocent lives the right move? And I thought it was just brilliant. So cheers to that. I already answered the first question. No, there's no will roll needed for Regina to friggin' do this at all, not even a little bit.
And also Lindy, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. And do you need to make a will roll?
So
anytime you want
love,
to, Greg.
Yes. So first off, love to Dot for just her interactions with the secretary. I loved those interactions because she knows and I love that. And also our poor dear doctor who was like, but two innocent people have to die. He's such a good person to be in this group because he provides a German born and raised perspective because it's 3 Germans and you in the French resistance, which is really intriguing. How that happened, you know, it happens. I just think it's really great. He's asking some great questions and making sure that they think about things before committing to certain things. And it's just really good. I like that about him. And also love to you, Trooper, for that wonderful journal, that diary. Those entries were super fun. And I love that her dad killed the original Holgar. I think that's great.
That's actually been a secret. Nobody knows that until
Wow.
Ooh, and now only Freda knows because she didn't read that out loud.
And
Yeah.
and Dot didn't know until she got the diary.
Ooh.
I didn't know until after I killed my father.
Yeah.
Because I didn't get the diary until after I killed my father, so I didn't know he killed my husband.
And now you're like,
Oh,
well, now I know
no.
my husband's dead and under the zucchini plants. So, you know,
It'll
hey,
be a fertile year, y'all.
maybe don't eat from the kitchen gardens for a little bit. But yeah, so love to all of you guys, and of course, love for Greg for just that moment when he's like, "Oh, well, Freda's not drinking. I'm not gonna drink, and I'm gonna keep my stress as well." And I was like,
no.
"Oh, you don't have to drink." And as far as the will roll goes, if she wasn't really stressed out, I think she'd have to make a more challenging will roll. But I think because she's really distracted by other things, she's kind of just going through this in a very German efficiency manner. Like, no, okay, we got to do this. We got to underwrite them. This is our chance. Save General Stupnagel. But she's got other things on her brain.
Yep.
So I think she's really distracted. So she will make a will roll, but I don't think I think it's just like an average or a fair difficulty. I don't think it's very challenging right now.
That is fair.
Because she passes.
Yep.
Because she's stressed out and she's got other things in her brain. You can find me online at LaughLoveLindy, having things in my brain all the time about all the games. You can find me next on Wandering DM's channel this Sunday, which is Halloween, for They Came From Beneath the Sea, a one-shot that's going to be super fun. I'm very excited about it. And then you can find me on my channel Mondays and Tuesdays for some Dungeons and Dragons. You could find me, oh gosh, our schedule's all shook up, Trooper. I don't know where you could find me on Wednesdays and Sundays. But you can find me also on next Thursday for the premiere of a fun new show on the Other Docs channel. So definitely go check that out because that's going to be a neat system that I've not played before, and I'm very excited.
And that gives us, last but not least, KP.
Wow. I honestly think today was probably my most favorite episode so far. Can I just say? By the way, the entire, I mentioned this to the rest of the team. I just want y'all to know that the distress that the doctor was going through, that was purely the doctor. Yeah. I was enjoying every moment of it. The cast was absolutely fantastic. We've been checking in on each other, letting each other know if we are good. So, you know, goes to show safety tools are amazing and they work, and you know, please use it. And we still use it in such a heavy
and we have 3 different safety tools going on at this
exactly
once.
So please know that we are trying to keep ourselves very safe through all of this, even in such a dark show and game as this. So right off the bat, huge shout out to everybody in the cast, because that already makes this one of my favorite games ever. Second of all, I think everybody had this moment to shine, man. Like, I just love, I love storytelling. I love narrative storytelling. And today I feel like we really got into the thick of that. And just like that argument of morality versus what needs to be done and going back and forth on it. Even if they went with that original plan of just going, fuck it, we're just going to drop this in there, seal it off, and then hope for the best. The result wasn't what I was looking for. It was more of just that process initially of what we went through. So I think honestly, it was so good. You were so fantastic, Trooper, with that diary reading. I mean, that was so compelling.
Look, I actually wrote a number of pages, so I know exactly what his diary's like. Because I was like, oh yeah, he does this. He's like yeah.
But the fact that you had that on hand, ready to go to do, just speaks so much to your capabilities as a DM and a showrunner. I can't begin. I love once again that continuous interaction between Pritham and Frida.
Oh.
Just I think that it's a constant growth that I'm just so appreciative of. I love this vulnerable moment that Regina had about showing a little bit of her life and why she is the way she is and what she does was fantastic. I loved also, as always, Greg's so fantastic with his acting and the way he just tells his character's story. So yeah, and then that moment where we all just sat silently and did the most unchristian thing in the church by drinking and talking about murder.
Yeah.
Hey, things have been plotted in churches before. That's
true.
You know,
very true.
They're like, let's kick out the British. That kind of started happening in churches. So.
It's true.
So yeah, that was all. It was fantastic. As far as what I'm going to be doing next tomorrow, Trooper and I early in the morning. Well, on my end.
Not as early for me.
What exact time again, Trooper?
3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific.
Noon Pacific, right. So we will be playing a game of Still Knocked.
So good. It's a great system.
I'm so excited. I've never played it, but once again, just hearing about it, it sounds fantastic. It is a horror, psychological horror, right? Not necessarily. I mean, it does have monsters or slash, spiritual.
There's a ghost. There's a ghost.
Yeah. So, but it's like a thriller. It is, psychological horror. It is a murder mystery, essentially.
It's a murder mystery, is what it is.
It's a murder mystery, yes. Yeah. And it's going to be fantastic. And I'm excited. I've never played it. Troopers played it. And so I'm going to be looking to you for guidance.
It's really good. It's really good. Basically, there was a big flood that killed a bunch of people back in Germany, northern Germantown in the past, except that one person was murdered, and that ghost has been haunting people, and all of us as players are going to go in and meet the medium to find out what's going on. Mm-hmm. The GM does not know who the murderer is, and only the murderer knows who the murderer is, actually. And then the GM is trying to figure out who the murderer is.
Only the murderer knows.
Yep, only the murderer knows, but all of us are a little suspicious.
Yep. It's going to be fantastic. We're going to have a lot of fun. There's going to be, starting next week, some other big things happening on Unmade Gaming's channel. Next week, I believe. So starting the 4th, we are going to start a game of Tale of the Loop. Wait,
Ooh,
4th
nice.
is, no. 4th is a Thursday, right? 4th is a Thursday, which means Void is coming back.
Woo! Void!
We're bringing back, if you like space-based shenanigans and a bunch of, sci-fi / a spiritual mystery based off of Middle Eastern mythology and Middle East, if anything, basically it's like Arabian Nights but in space. And we are completing our 4th season. We've been on a little bit of a hiatus because of scheduling issues, but we have figured it out. We are coming back. I get to come back and play Alia, my big, buff, beautiful priestess baby that I love absolutely.
She's amazing.
Also a pacifist. So yeah, I get to play a pacifist in a game that is about trying to fight darkness and killing things. So that is a lot of fun and challenging. So see me fail miserably. So that's that then. And then the following week, we'll be starting another game of Tales from the Loop on Unmade Gaming's channel, which is going to be a campaign, or at least a mini campaign starting out. We'll see how it goes. If you love it, so that's going to be a lot of fun. So you can check us out there. Anything else and everything else, I'm on all your social medias as KP11 Studios on Twitter, on Twitch, on Instagram. I'm a photographer. I do cosplay and portrait photography. If that interests you, check me out. I'm a storyteller. I like using my Indian culture to tell stories, in here, like Pritham, and a lot of my characters are based off of my culture. So if you want that, go check that out and do follow me on Twitter. That's where you'll catch me most of the time.
And does the doctor need to make a will roll?
Yes, absolutely. So as much as, he agrees ultimately in the plan, this is a heavy step.
Yes, it is.
It's a very heavy step. And therefore,
welcome to the resistance.
Yes, and therefore I will make that will roll. Should I be making it now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Oh, all right.
Oh, you're fine.
You might be a little like it might weigh on you, but you have weathered that. Unmade Gaming. I have to figure out what time that is. That's where it is, but I will put it in. I'll put it in Discord. And I'm TroopersJp. I'm your GM, and it has been. These are the best players, and I really love what they do. They amazing, and I have got to just go and look through that character sheet of the SS and take down one of their skills and see where that leaves them. That might leave them in a bad space.
It's a cascading effect like last time.
We'll see. There may or may not be a cascading effect. We'll find out how badly this is going to hit them. I'm excited to find out. We're going to have to increase our violence clock for next time. But let me see. You can find me, what is today, Friday? You can find me tomorrow with KP at 3 p.m. at Balrog 1911's channel for Stille Nacht. And then you can find me next week. Next week I have got, more City of Light and Shadow, right? Because I think that we're off for most of our games next week. I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. So
Yes.
thank you. And to round it out, I want to thank people who have donated. Rissa gave us 100 bits with the message, just for that, but nobody asked, which was about the chemical weapons. Grumpy Godling donated 600 bits with just a bunch of cheers. Rissa gave us 300 that said, ooh, for the very intense discussion of whether or not to use the gas, which was amazing. Void Smoker, one of our amazing artists, donated $50 with thanks everyone for destroying the SS and me in the best of ways. And then finally we had 200 bits from Willen, who says, that was intense. Writing my notes today, this diary is so moving, so good at showing off Dad's despair. And, I may put some of the diary pages up on Patreon for you all, for all of our Patreons, because I have some written.
It's known now.
Yes, it's known now, so I can maybe put some of those diary pages up there on the Patreon, which means, you should join our Patreon if you like. I need to go and redo those Patreon tiers, but if you would like to, you can. It's at patreon.com/academicfoxhole, that goes to help pay this cast. And otherwise, we will see you all around. Thank you for being here. And we have Romance of the Blue Rose next Sunday, but not the 31st, which is Halloween, but the Sunday after. And that is what we got. And I want to thank you all for being here. And we will catch you all on the flip side. Thank you, everybody.
Bye, everyone.